And we are now live here at the Parallel League Minor 3. And we are, of course, welcoming back our casters here, Ali, and our newcomer, which we have to I think we have to welcome him. He just had the previous cast and he's now back. It's Qflux. Yeah. Hey guys. Welcome
Hello.
back. And just giving a shout out to our casters here over the desk. We are now wearing the blue Prime hoodie. Like, wait,
That's
this is all planned. Like as opposed to the previous tournament, like it was not planned. Now we said, okay, we have to wear the Prime hoodie. We have to be a squad in this, and we are going to do it in the Prime or the Parallel League Minor 3. And with that, guys, of course, we're starting the match, or rather, we're starting the tournament right now on a Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to everyone, all the parallel dads out there. Happy Father's Day also to your dads as well. If you're not a father, you have a dad as well.
And you, Excelsior, you as well, sir. Happy Father's Day.
Yeah, thank you, man. And dude, Ali, we've had you like for the past we've missed you for the past tournaments. Like, what have you been doing? Did you go to the Singularity or just come back? I don't know. How is it?
That's a great comparison. I do feel like I have just bloop into the Singularity for a minute. Now I'm back. But no, I'm honestly really excited to cast another parallel tournament. I think it's been like a good 6 weeks in the last one, and we've had some major updates with the patch, obviously, shotgun patch, and so the game has definitely been shaken up, and we have a really exciting top 4 today. So yeah, I'm here for it. Let's get it going.
Yeah, let's get it going. Let's get the ground running. Because like Ali is gonna be catching up with a lot of stuff. Shotgun patch, like basically being shot out of a cannon right now into a Parallel League Minor 3. And Flux, man, did you read up on your updates? Because you're gonna be having to get Ali along the way as well. How is it? How are you doing, man, in terms of your tournament knowledge so far?
I spent the week preparing anyone who was tuning in for some of the streams over on Twitch. We've been learning the meta. I mean, we're always paying attention to the meta, so we played some Earthen, some Cathari, a little Shroud. Honestly, Ladder feels very fresh, hanging out in the fun zone, Platinum and Diamond. If you're in Master, don't talk to me. The fun is like Platinum 1 to Diamond 4, So we've been having fun playing so many decks, but it's going to be fun. I feel like Shotgun Patch... Listen, we know it's been a while since Aftermath. We're really excited for Deception, but don't sleep on this shotgun patch. The meta has been really interesting. It isn't just Skippy all day, Skippy OP. Listen, I get it. Skippy's strong. Triumph of Europa is strong. But I just feel like this meta is super interesting, and we have 4 amazing players to watch play at the highest level. It's going to be a really fun day. And of course, it's my first time commentating a full event, so I'm just super excited. Thanks for having me. Let's do it.
Dude, I would have to disagree with you, man. Like, the fun zone is actually gold. That's where I am right now. That's where I am right now. So, okay, well, that's where the fun is. But again, we are going to be having 4 familiar names in the parallel competitive scene. But before we do that, let's look at the previous day as to what happened in the bracket. Let's look at it right now. And to bring us into a short summary, let's have Ali. Ali, can you give us a short summary of this one?
All right, so we got Hogvax, Viper, DualNote, and BlizzconJan as our top 4 here. Looking at BlizzconJan's journey, he beat Yarla in the round of 16. That's pretty exciting. Then took down Jatael, Sora, Shogo. I mean, we have some really massive names that we're used to seeing throughout these tournaments. All fight for it, but Hogvax took down Lambie as well in that initial round, and then looks like Hogvax, took out Bin, who's a name that we recognize as well. Viper taking out Jimon and Meat Value, and let's see, DualNote also took out Exy, and if that was yesterday, I think Exy was also playing in the Project O tournament, so I think he might have been dual wielding gameplay there, but DualNote did take him out as well as Lazy Guru, and then I think that's it. But yeah, DualNote, BlizzconJan, Hogvax, Viper is your top 4.
Definitely. That's thank you for that, Ali. There has been like a lot of matches right there, but no clean sweeps except for DualNote against Lazy Guru. But again, guys, Hogvax, Viper, DualNote, and BlizzconJan, we have seen them time and again, and as we don't have a Wikipedia page yet, I've scoured the different tournaments, and here are our top 4 players again. Just a short recap. Hogvax has had a top 4 minor and a top 4 open. No championship or no wins yet from any majors, minors, or opens. Viper has won his major over at the last major, which was in January of this year. And also, DualNote has been in top 4 previous minor, top 16 open as well. BlizzconJan, many top positions, but no breakout yet. Like, he has gone so close, but no cigar yet. But anyway, with that, of course, we're going to be having a lot of points and prizes for this minor 3. And let's look at what they're going to be fighting for. And with this, we're going to be asking, of course, Q-Flux to break this down. Flux?
Oh, I am ready. So we got some great prizes here. You're not going to believe these prizes. Some beautiful prizes. So first off, if you got 17th through 64th, you got 1 point. That's it. Nothing else. Have a nice day. 9th through 16th, 2 points. And in case anyone's not aware, these are league points to get into the major, to get into Worlds. I think to get into Worlds specifically. And then 5th through 8th, not only 3 points, but you also got $625. That's pretty juicy considering you don't even have to do anything today. 5th through 8th, you get a payday and you get to sleep in on Sunday. That could be preferable to taking down the grand prize, depending on how lazy you are. After that, 3rd and 4th, here's where it gets juicy. Over $1,000, 1,250. That's rent. That's some groceries. That's a good payday. Moving up from there, though, because we're not satisfied unless we keep climbing. 2nd place, first loser, can dry their tears with $2,000. That's $2,000 bills. Pretty good. And then you got to trade those $1,000 bills for Bitcoin pretty soon, though. Otherwise, you're only going to buy a loaf of bread with them. Anyway, 5 points for the league as well. Lastly, in first place, $3,000. The top prize for minor number 3. That's a nice payday. That's juicy. That's like a whole month right there if you're just living frugal. That's some good stuff for a gamer. And then 6 points for the league. Get you even more points. That's it. How was that?
Dude,
that was pretty good.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
That was
Like,
great.
dude, you got me at the loaf of bread. It's like it can only get you to buy a loaf of bread, but no, man. That's a good breakdown for the prices. But you know, a lot of these guys are fighting less likely for the money. But yeah, of course, the money's good, of course. But the points, man, because this is the last minor they're gonna be joining in. And I just scoured the Parallel Prime, the Parallel League website, and I found out that these guys are within arm's reach of points from each other. Okay, so we have Hogvax at 16 points, Viper at 18 points, DualNote at 16 points, and BlizzconJan at 18 points. Dude, how close is that? These guys are like, okay, I have to win this. I have to get as many points as possible because this is gonna get me like closer to Worlds, right? So, man, it's crazy, really, really crazy. And okay, so who are we gonna be casting for this first match, Ali?
We're going to be looking at Hogvax versus Viper for the first match of the day, which should be really exciting. Viper was, tweeting about it, that he was feeling really good, and he just, kept throwing himself continually at this season, and he's performed really well. And Hogvax is a name we know a lot as well, and so it should be a pretty exciting first game.
Yeah, pretty exciting first game, and I think I want to see the decks that these guys are going to be bringing to the minor 3 here at the top 4. Let's start with our first deck. And here we have Viper, and this big guy is going to be bringing the Sippy. Let's start with the Sippy, Sippy master, so to speak. Q-Flux, let's go. Can you break this down?
Athari man himself. It's Flux in the house. Let's talk about it. So Skippy, it's okay. It's not Ashio, but I'll try to feign enthusiasm anyway. So Skippy, one of the strongest aggro decks in the game for pretty much all of Aftermath. Before that, we used to dream of Skippy. Now he's here. And of course, we've got the 3 high-density genetic replicators. That's going to be a stat buff for the whole deck. We've got the 3 triumphs, to bring all the units back. But what's actually different about this? Since the shotgun patch, we've seen a few things change. So you're going to notice Viper running Convergent Mass. It might have been playable before, but it's very much stronger now since the buff effect happens the same turn you play it as opposed to the start of the next turn, which just means it gets its value much more consistently. It's a card that can buff your whole deck. Gosan, Viper of Ceres at 4. Used to cost 5, but getting reduced to 4 has made it much more playable. It's a great answer for Burn, Kathy, and other burn-based decks, since if you take a lot of damage in one turn, it'll be able to heal half of that back and then deal some damage to the opponent's board. Of course, we're going to see Cyrene in pretty much every deck today. Cyrene got buffed in the shotgun patch and is just incredibly strong now. And then the one genetic correction, I love to see it. There's been a debate. Do you run genetic correction or do you run disassembly swarm? The swarm is better against Memento of the Fallen, the knife, but genetic correction is better against Singularity Stewards, Paragons, big units in general. And I'm looking right now seeing that Viper does not have Kalar, so he really needs that genetic correction for Nehemiah, for, again, Singularity Stewards, anything big. But it's mostly a super aggressive list. I mean, apart from one genetic correction and 2 no snitchings and a Saboteur, I mean, it's pretty much all aggro, all hit face. And yeah, definitely fairly standard Skippy with a few fun cards.
Nice right there with the Skippy. And you know, sometimes the players change which ones are going to be banned. We're not going to be sure if the Skippy is going to be skipped, but let's see the next deck that Viper is going to be bringing. And now we're going to be having the Neve brought in. No New Dawn, no brand for the Shrouds. But I know Viper has always loved playing New Dawn. Let's listen to Ali as this is broken down.
Yeah, sure. So Neve traditionally, I feel like, has been one of the tightest lists when it comes to tournament decks, right? Like, there is not a lot of wiggle room. And so what we're seeing here is pretty consistent with what we've seen in the past. Cyrene is obviously like the newer inclusion to the deck, but let's be real, every deck is playing Cyrene. But apart from that, he's only got a couple of copies of Triumph of the Lost. And then everything else is like pretty standard of what we'd be seeing, opting for 3 Void Trappers, debatably best 2-drop in the game. I mean, we could discuss it. 3 Treacherous Schemings, definitely like maxing out on the disruption there. But yeah, it looks like a solid list, something that we've seen a lot before. And, you know, Neve seems like a good choice for the tournament. It's gotten him this far, so hope she continues to do well for him.
Yeah, I hope this continues to do well. No Stabilized Shard. Cyrene right here. Man, this is going to be a new dawn for Neve. So let's look at the next deck that Viper is going to be bringing. Okay, so while we're waiting, guys, thank you to Echelon Prime Foundation again for making this tournament happen and for giving us the opportunity to be able to cast it. And it's going to be the next deck, and it's called a Nehemiah Earthen deck. Let's listen to Flux for this one.
Yeah, Earthen, you need a PhD to understand these decks. So if you're new to the game, don't get overwhelmed. Just you know, be patient. You'll learn Earthen eventually. But this is what I would say is the new standard Earthen list. We briefly saw people trying to play Hasty Mobilization, a 5-drop spell that can get a lot of value by playing multiple units on the same turn. That hasn't been consistent enough, and so we can see that Viper is not running that style of list. Instead, he's running what is more the just mid-range kind of burst Earthen. So what are the key cards here? The usual stuff. We got 2 Formidable Presence, 3 Virulent Spores. We got the 2 Relic Repurposing, so our tech cards. And then any other, yeah, pretty much standard, right? The Caretakers, the Conduit, Steward of the Garden, Moonlit Alesha, Rummaging Researcher. What's interesting, though, Helm of Avigdor got buffed in the shotgun patch. People are somewhat mad that they think it's too strong. This is a debate because it's very swingy. If you can get the Helm on your Steward of the Garden on turn 2, it gives you so much energy ramp that it is very hard to stop. So Helm has definitely been making an impact. And then we see 1 copy of Aurora Fungi, which is kind of interesting to see only 1 of those. But yeah, another Cyrene. Terramech Shield Titan has been nerfed to 7/7 from originally being a 10/10. It's still seeing play here. Looks like a pretty standard Earthen list, though. He wants to get ramp early with Steward and Helm. He wants to use Altar of Gaia as a synergy with his Flourish from Terra and from Terramech. And he's going to want to burst damage after he gets a strong start by using Formidable Presence to push that lethal and to shut down the board while he's ahead, stop them from trading in. So going to see some interesting, potentially very long games off of this Earthen deck.
Yeah, this is like one of the Earthens that I'm seeing. No Gafars again. Like no daddies. For
Gafar was
today.
bait. Everyone was like, Gafar's coming back. It was bait. Gafar's not back yet. Come on, Deception. Give
Not
us good
back.
Gafar. We're so close.
Yeah, it's not near his Gafar, but okay, let's go with this one. Hell of Avigdor again. I like the card, but it's hard to face against, especially with the Steward of the Garden loading up with 0 attack and even ramping. That's like it doesn't make sense, but it does make sense to Earthen players. So let's look at the next deck that the Viper is going to be bringing. And again, guys, for those of you watching, this is going to be a BO5. So they brought 4 decks, and one is going to be banned. And the next deck is going to be a Kathy burn deck. Let's listen to Ali to break it down.
All right, so Catherine Lapointe, your red deck wins of Parallel, super aggressive, and I think it's probably the most disparity amongst the Paragon of Catherine, because here we've got Viper running like a very effect-heavy list in contrast to Hogvax's, you'll see in a second, which is more like unit focused. So in this list, we've got fleet support coming back. I haven't seen that in a little while. Same thing with Orbital Strike, right? So the dealing 5 damage, like I haven't seen 3 copies of an Orbital Strike in a long time. So that's very exciting. And obviously that'll combo well with things like Logistics Mastery, also 3 copies of Crack Shot. So, you know, the goal here for Viper's list is to get those fleet supports developed and then just start going crazy with the burn. A little less, you know, focus on the units in Catherine. So it'll be interesting to see like which Kathy list comes out on top, because again, I think that there's like the most difference among the lists with these Kathy lists for sure.
Right, there's like a lot of effects already right here, and you can no longer see Alvaro Interrogator because they themselves are running a lot of effects here, and fleet support definitely has a lot of influence in how this has been built. And let's look at the next player. Of course, it's gonna be Hogvax with his
Hogvax.
Yeah, let's go. And just a trivia, guys, Hogvax is still in military service over at this country, and you know he really loves playing Parallel. Even though he's in the service, he plays it on weekends and like some of the weekdays just to finish the 5 games. But yeah, really showing up here, Hogvax with his first deck. How does it compare to the Earthen deck a while ago? Flux, let's go.
Yeah, man, a Hogvax literally serving his country, just, you know, being an abiding citizen, a stand-up guy, and also crushing tournaments on the side for fun, bringing in some cash, showing us how it's done. I really feel like Hogvax is just such a good guy. I'm really happy to see him in this top 4. Let's take a look at this Earthen list. So comparing it to Viper's list, doing a scan here with my eyes, he's running 3 Formidable Presence and not running the copy of the 2-mana upgrade, the Fungi. So that's the main difference. He's also running Terraformation Engine. I have to be honest, I don't even remember exactly what that does. That's so rare. Does either of you, one of y'all look it up real quick and you can let me.
I've been playing it in Shoshana. I love the Terraformation Engine. It's the 3 cost. It makes everything that targets you effects more expensive, as well as whenever a non-token unit dies, you can either choose to draw a card or summon a 1/1 Mycenoid. I think that's what it's called.
That's going to be really interesting. Now that you say that, I'm remembering the card, and it's a super interesting card that never gets played. Very curious to see how Hogvax plays it. But yeah, other than that, definitely a similar mid-range burst kind of deck. You want to ramp in the early game, get ahead on the board, and then push relentless value turns 4 through 7, culminating ideally in a Terra Verdant Mentor plus Altar of Gaia, or even using the Terra Glider to summon a Terra for only 4 mana. Lots of power there, and it's just a question of these little decisions. He's got 1 Bulwark, he's got the Terraformation Engine, he's running no copies of the Aurora Fungi, so these different little choices. It'll be really cool if we get to see, well, it'll be a lot of work for Ali and I, but it'll be really cool if we get to see the Earthen mirror between Hogvax and Viper, because the decks. Excelsior just cringed. Y'all can't see it, but I can see it on our side screen. I'm hoping for it. Come on, give us the Earthen mirror. I want it for my first day really commentating. Give me a challenge.
Dude, production is already saying no. No, no, just kidding. But man, like the terraformation engine really feels like it's like building up into a how do you say this? Like a unit heavy deck or unit heavy board, especially with the Myconide already going to be present. So it's gonna be having that synergy with the Altar of Gaia and the Terra Verdant Mentor. So we might see that a possible hit or buff, so to speak, with the Terra Verdant Mentor, as long as the Altar of Gaia is like buffed up really, really high. So yeah, that's gonna be his first deck. Next deck, let's look at what Hogvax is bringing to the table. And it's gonna be a Sipius deck. Let's listen to Ali to break it down.
Well, I don't want to spoil it, but if I do kind of know the bands here, so we can go through the Sipius quite quickly because it has been the one that has been axed. So sorry for the spoilers there. But yes, it's very consistent to what Flux was saying with Viper's list. I see a Gosan, though, in the Sipius list here. One of my favorite cards. Love to see that after it got buffed. It is now 4 cost, and down from 5. Convergent Mass, again, is now been added in there. You know, the choice between, the genetic correction, he's opting for the correction in this particular list. And yeah, I think the rest is pretty consistent, but unfortunately, Sippy did get the axe. Is it really unfortunate?
Fortunately, yeah.
Fortunately, I think it's
Yeah.
a fortunate thing. So I think we can move on to the next deck.
Yep. Gonna be banned, guys, and the Neves are present. Let's listen to Flux to discuss this one.
Yeah, so we heard the bands are in and we're all excited to get to the matches. Let's just glance real quick. Pretty similar to, I think this is fairly similar to the other Neve list we saw. Only 2 Void Trappers, 2 Embedded Agents, which is interesting. Embedded Agent, a very swingy card. If it gets Gunslingered, it feels terrible. If not, it's amazing. We do see that Gosan in there for some of that extra anti-burn. Neve's worst matchup is Burn Kathy, so Gosan can be helpful there. Malia, obviously very powerful. But yeah, pretty much a standard Neve. I don't think we have to say too much else about it. Next.
Yes,
Next.
indeed. Next, Gosan. Yeah, that's not a card that I've usually seen, but yeah, nice to see him back. That Battle Pass card, and we have another Kathy deck, and it looks like this is a bit different. What do you think, Ali?
Yeah, so this is in contrast to Viper's like burn list. This is going to be more focused on the unit. So you've got like 3 copies of Second Wave Soldier. I'm definitely prioritizing lots of 1-drops, that type of thing. And there are 3 copies of Alvaro Interrogator, which should be really good against the opposing Kathy, right? Because that's going to be really annoying to cast all of those effects with those on the board. But apart from that, the Ruthless Sergeant, didn't mention in Viper's list, also is making a comeback because it got buffed. So it used to be a 5-drop and then it was a 6-drop, but now it's actually a 3/1, a 3-cost 3/1, with the same effect of destroying and then being able to deal 3 damage to various targets. So it'll be interesting to see the Sergeant at play. But apart from that, Kathy's going to get on the board, try and smork face, do the damage, and get there.
Yeah, I think
What's funny here, real quick, is that Viper was really excited about Ruthless Sergeant, so it's interesting that he's not running it. He's running the burn list, and Hogvax is
yeah,
the
you're
one
right.
running
Yeah.
it. Because Viper was like, in a couple of Discords, he was really excited about Ruthless Sergeant. So we'll have to ask him at some point, like, what made him decide not to go with it.
It's a bait.
Yeah.
He baited Hogvax into picking it, and it's actually really good.
Yeah, it's
That
so
was
good,
cool.
guys. Wink, wink.
Oh, God.
Maybe
Yeah, it's
it's
still
not.
good. Not bringing it to the tournament, like oh yeah, yeah, that's a bait. But yeah, I think that's a good deck that Hogvax is carrying. If they go into a mirror match, I feel that it has like a huge advantage against like against the effect heavy
Yeah.
Catherine deck. Like Alvaro, man, like that's like gonna be bringing 3 damage, and like you're a unit heavy deck. You just keep pushing and pushing damage. Like considering the bans, like what do you think are the order in like just a fearless forecast as to the first deck from each player that they're gonna be bringing in. Let's start with Ali.
If I was Hogvax for whatever reason, like if I'm playing Earth and I like or Nehemiah, I often want to start Nehemiah. I don't know if that's right, but so maybe we'll see him cue that up first, and then Viper. I mean, the Sipius got through. Maybe he just runs the Sipius out first. We'll see.
How about you,
I think
Flux?
Yeah, I think Shroud mirror match round one because they're both
Ooh.
too afraid of going Earthen into the Shroud and having it
Mhm.
go bad. Although Earthen is better against Shroud than it used
Yeah.
to be, but I'm just feeling that Shroud mirror.
Oh yeah, look at these
Feeling it.
bans. Yeah, we have Hogvax's Skippy has been banned, and Vipers Nehemiah has been banned. So how do you feel about this? These bans. Let's start with Flux.
Oh man, well, no Earthen mirror since Viper's not running Earthen now. It's been banned. I mean, that's interesting, actually. It's very interesting that Viper banned Skippy, Hogvax banned Earthen, because they both brought the same four, not the exact same like style of lists, but the same four Paragons. So it's interesting they made two very different decisions. I'm really curious. I feel like by the time the match is over, one of these bans is going to look really smart, and the other one might look a little bit of a mistake. We'll see if that's how it goes.
How about
I'm
you,
a
Ali?
little
What do you
worried
feel?
about the Kathy. Like if it, with the burn Kathy into Neve, I mean, how are you ever gonna win that, right? I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
I wonder if
That's
that was
a
a
that's a
mistake or
very
not.
steep hill to climb right there, Ali. I've like I'm like 20% win rate on that. It's really
Yeah.
The
bad.
Gosan can help. Gosan can help a little bit, but definitely not making it a good matchup. But at least it's a little. It's going to be. Yeah, if that happens, that's super favored for Kathy since Neve is damaging herself and Kathy's damaging Neve as well. It's just like they're both collaborating to take down Neve, which is not what the Neve player wants.
For
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, it's like but I'm looking at the matchups here. Like, there's gonna be a Neve to Neve, it's gonna be like a toe-to-toe match right there. But there's gonna be a Kathy to Kathy. Hogvax is heavily favored. But if it's gonna be so I'm wondering, how will Hogvax handle a Skippy deck? Like, is he thinking that he might have an Earthen advantage against Skippy? What do you think, guys?
I think that
Earthen, go ahead.
Neve still probably has a decent shot against Skippy, right? I mean, you've got your Neve's Dominion, 3 copies of it. I mean, that one to me can always go either way, but if you can land those AoEs, I feel like there's a good chance, right? But then, Flux, sorry, what were you going to say?
I completely agree with what you said, and I would just add on that Skippy can be in a really tricky place because the best thing for Neve, if they can pull off the combo of Singularity Steward plus Dominion, where Steward gets buffed repeatedly, but it's tricky because
Yeah.
Steward needs 3 health and the other units need to have 1 or 2 health. Skippy is in a tough spot. They can be okay if they play a Standard Bearer on turn 2 because that is a 1 attack, 3 health unit. That 3 health can be good, but if they want to go wider with one of those cunning Skippy kind of opens, plus they've got their token that summons itself as a 0/1, they can't really stop that unless they bank a spell, which they might not even have one. All of these things can add up to Skippy basically having no choice but to walk into the Steward Dominion combo and hope they don't have it, because it's like they either do nothing and lose or they try to do the thing and see if they. And so because of that dynamic, it's just like Skippy doesn't really have a lot of agency in that matchup. But if it goes well in the opening for Skippy, then it can start to get really tough for Neve. So it's a very interesting matchup, actually. But looks
Definitely
like
an
we got
interesting
Marco
matchup.
versus Skippy here. Go ahead, Excel.
Yeah, definitely interesting matchup right there. We're gonna be having thank you for that, Flux. We're gonna be having Hogvax with his Kathy deck and Viper with the Scipius deck. Let's see how this is gonna pull out because it's gonna be unit versus unit. Let's have Ali and Flux with their first match at the Parallel Miner 3. Let's get into it, guys.
Let's
Love how
go.
we were totally did not call the matchup. You went for the Neve mirror, and I think I might have said Scipius versus what did I say? Can't even
Skippy
remember.
versus
But
Earthen, I think. Something like that.
yeah, yep. So they're opting for Scipius and Marcolian with the Kathy, of course.
Yeah, so it looks like let's see what these opening hands are as we shift from chatting to locking in. Viper with the prime variant 2/2 Balderuzzi Striker, beautiful. Hogvax drawing Rallying Cry. Great hand for Hogvax. Lots of 1-drops. Both looking good. Is Hogvax like contrast turned up to 11? Like, bro looks like he's in a modeling ad or something. I don't know what he did, but he's locked in right there.
And he's got the red too. I wonder with each paragon, he's gonna change into a matching color. Like I could see it, maybe. I don't know.
That would be
It's all
imagine
very
it cuts to the other screen and then it cuts back and he's just wearing blue with Skippy. That would actually be crazy.
the aesthetic look with the background, like the board, it looks great. But you're absolutely right. Hogvax has got a really strong opener. You want to be having all of those one into double ones into the rallying cray on 3. I mean, he's got like the perfect hand essentially right now. So, but that being said, Viper's also got a pretty strong opener as well.
So Viper banking genetic correction. He figures Kathy, the only real target for genetic correction is Kathy herself, maybe, and it's hard to find 3 mana to answer one target when both decks go so wide. So I'm guessing that's why he's thinking about this. And you don't really love playing Recruiter on 2, but it makes sense. There's a line to play the double striker, like play striker, float a mana, if that extra attack with the synergy would matter. But since it doesn't here, he's going to skippy #1 goal is to basically not float mana. You don't love playing Recruiter on turn 2, though. That's more of a card you want to play on 3 or 4. Hogvax drawing Ruthless Sergeant. What do you think, Allie?
Think that the Ruthless Sergeant probably shouldn't come into play until the very end. You don't want to mess up that curve, right? So I think we're going to see a double one here. Now the question is which ones is he going to put down? Going into a Catherine's Rallying Cry, you could develop that Bannerman, right? To try and get it buffed for next turn. That looks like what he's going to do. However, taking out it's not the worst to take out the Recruiter with the Gunslinger.
Yeah, because if he plays
try-
Bannerman here, then Viper can trade in both the units and kill the Bannerman. So maybe he's considering Gunslinger on the 1/1 token, but he goes for the Bannerman. Thing is, if Viper trades in, that is a big, like, he's trading in 2 units into 1 unit, and Hogvax would still be pretty far ahead on board. So that seems okay. Viper
Exactly.
drawing the Recruiter. So the thing is, it's turn 3. You think he just plays that subjugate, just keeps it simple? He's got the 3+0 with the tabula. Then he could actually make his striker a 3/3 value trade the Bannerman. I'm guessing that's what he wants to do. He can even bank the Drusian and possibly get it back with a tabula. He's got a pretty good hand here.
That's what I'm seeing first here to go for the value trade. Double trading in feels terrible. Let's see if there's any other play. I mean, you definitely, I like the idea of going wide because that excavator on 5, like we're only gonna have 4 energy next turn, but I think putting the subjugate on the board like absolutely demands an answer, right? So Hogvax is gonna have to work to clear that. Um, the other okay, yep, going for the bank on the X-Rater. That means that he's probably not gonna play the Tabula this turn, right? Because he's gonna wanna hold it? No? Okay.
See, that's what's confusing.
Gonna
I
go
was
for it.
with you. I thought, okay, maybe he wants to bank his striker or something, because then next turn he could play Recruiter, and it feels like that would leave the Drusian in his hand. But no, he's going to bank it, and he's going to subjugate plus Tabula. So I feel like this is how Viper sees Skippy these days, is waiting 2 turns to get value. Can't
Yep.
be bothered with that. This is aggro. Just get maximum tempo. And you can see that's exactly the strategy he went for. Hogvax has the Rummaging Researcher now. Interesting, because both these red Sand Scouts on the board can charge, which would give him draw synergies, but he already has plenty of cards. So unfortunately, that synergy is not really what he needs. Thing is, he has the volley in hand, and you can see he's counting in his head. I'm guessing he's thinking like he has Ruthless Sergeant, he has volley, trying to think about what different kinds of board clear options he has and how to use them. I feel like Hogvax's chances here are heavily dependent on getting good value from that volley, and then hopefully if he can draw into Sendrillin to get the Ren from Earth AoE, because Viper's
Yeah.
ahead already, and this is one of those matches where like whoever gets wider earlier is really good. He's playing Sergeant now.
Wow, okay.
He has
Alright,
to
going for
waste a
it.
bank card for each 2 damage, right? I'm not misunderstanding that. That's
No, yeah, 3 damage now. So, I
okay,
mean, it
3.
definitely but man, though, okay, let's see. If he banks now, is he going to have 3 next turn? No. Oh, no,
He
he had
sacrificed 2 energy, Ali, on turn
I
3.
am I am honestly a little surprised, but I think the logic was here is that, like, it was too early to pop the volley, and then if you go for the rallying cry, like, leaving the subjugate on the board isn't really an option because then the volley like loses they probably can distribute the counters to where it doesn't, kill stuff with the volley. So that was a tricky spot to be in, don't get me wrong, but I am surprised to see the sergeant come out that soon. But now let's move into this turn here. What's Viper doing?
Well, he's drawing. I guess. I mean, it looks like what Hogvax did made sense. I'm just having a hard time not dwelling on it because that is such a wild play to me to sacrifice 2 energy on turn 3. But yeah, Viper, he plays the recruiter. He's got some cards in hand, subjugate and striker. I mean, it's just like Hogvax must have thought that
Oh,
that's the only way he doesn't lose. Okay, so here's a Bannerman. See, he
I mean,
could
that
have
works
if
out
he
pretty well though. Like the double, it's still sketchy. Don't get me wrong, but the fact that he can go double one here is fairly significant. So I think it
Yeah,
might
that's
work
gonna
out
be
for him.
nice. It's a 1-2, and then Bannerman's a 2-3 with the buff, so that makes it like 3-5 of stats for 2 mana. That's not a bad 4th turn. He could have played the Bannerman and then played Rallying Cry if he hadn't sacked that energy. But then Viper would have so many units on board. So yeah, just if Hogvax wins this one, it's gonna be like honestly, it's just too early in the day for such an epic play. Like I'm not even ready for how wild that was.
Are you ready?
Viper draws the Cyrene, and why don't you get us back on track? What's he thinking here?
Yeah, let's see. So we've got 5 energy at the disposal now. I mean, Cyrene would be a great play, right? You can kill off the 3/4, then ping the 2/2, value trade into the 1/2. That feels pretty good to me. Let's see if there's anything else. Uh, I don't like playing off curve here, and so he doesn't have enough to get both the subjugate and the high density replicator on the board right now.
I think he might be trading in his 2 tokens here, so Cyrene can
Mhm.
just clear the 1-2 and then ping the 3-4. That way it stays healthier. Like he might be there's a line where basically you leave Cyrene with 4 health as opposed to leaving her with 2 health, which would make it harder for Hogvax to answer. Viper's banking the striker. Let's see if this is the Cyrene. Yeah, so I believe he's
Are you
doing what
gonna
I just
trade?
said. He's clearing the
Oh,
2/2. Okay, this leaves his recruiter alive. So yeah, this is basically the best value he can get on the board, maximum value trades. And it goes to show how strong Cyrene is. To be honest, if Cyrene hadn't come down, Hogvax would have been an interesting spot. But I really struggle to see how he comes back from this position when he's down 2 energy. That Cyrene, after Hogvax sacrifices energy, it's going to be a really tough comeback. He's going to need to somehow get artillery volley to clear the
yeah.
board, but how does he even get a unit to stick is the question.
It's gonna have to be an all-in on the volley play. Like just when you think all hope is lost, and Viper's super wide on the board, maybe there's a big enough unit or something that can be the target for volley. But yeah, it does look like it is going to be tough from this point forward. All
So
right, now we're
Alvaro
going in.
3-4. You can Cyrene will have to die to trade into it. That's at least something.
Yeah.
You can
See.
see Hogvax's face. He's just like, ugh.
I mean, okay, so there's the option to get the other replicator on the board, but we might see like the striker, sorry, not the standard bearer plus the subjugate, maybe trading away the clone token to summon it back with both of those on the board. Could see that being the situation.
Viper just has so much energy compared to
Yeah.
Hogvax.
Flux is really still on the sergeant on turn 3 play. I mean, I don't blame you. It was
It's been like 4 turns, and I'm it's literally the only thing I can think about. You never sacrifice energy like that. So the other thing to talk about here is just how strong Cyrene is. So it is a
yeah.
universal card, which means everyone gets access to it. But a game like this shows like it's interesting. I wonder what you think about this. On one hand, it's nice because it is a comeback card. So if you're behind, it can actually get you back in it, which Parallel feels like it needs some more of those. On the other hand, it's just such high impact in one card. Do you feel like Cyrene is a little too strong, or do you feel like it's going to stay this way?
To be honest with you, whenever something's universal or neutral, right? Every class has access to it. I'm okay with it. I think that I would not be shocked if it gets nerfed or changed as time goes on, but I think for now, sort of like being in a Cyrene meta, I'm not mad about it. I think it's fine, honestly.
It's
Um,
interesting. For me, it feels like it's just, I don't know. It's like, oh, maybe a little too strong. But anyway, Hogvax concedes, and we're going to see Viper take down a quick win. It looks like the Ruthless Sergeant Gambit didn't pay off there. Hogvax never even got to play Artillery Volley. Kind
yeah.
of sad. And so, how do you
What do
think
you think?
Hogvax tries to? You're going to hit me first.
I was gonna hit you first with the do you think if he hadn't sergeanted on 3 that it would have been a different game, or do you feel like he like had to make that play?
To me, it looked like it was a little too desperate, a little too early. I mean, he was definitely behind on the board. I guess Subjugate was already on the board, and I can't remember if he had any other way to clear it. So he might have been thinking Subjugate surviving is pretty much GG, and it's better to make the desperate play. It's kind of hard to say because I feel like if Viper doesn't draw Cyrene in turn for time 5, it's just a different game. But because Hogvax was already on the Gambit and then Viper drew the Cyrene, it was just a little too much. I kind of wish we could see an alternate universe version of that match where Cyrene's on the bottom of Viper's deck, and then we'd really see, like, could Hogvax kind of come back from that? Like, that was like a queen sacrifice level of Gambit there, you know?
Yeah, I think there might have been the volley option, like using it on one of the units plus like a trade into the subjugate if there wasn't already one at 3 health. And obviously blowing your volley, too soon doesn't feel great, but sometimes you can draw into the Cendrillon or, whatever it may be and kind of recover after enough time. But yeah, it was a gamble, but it didn't pay off, and that is okay. But we will, let's see.
And honestly, all he had to do was run PS8 and just kill the subjugate. So Viper totally trolled him. I think Viper was lying the whole time. Ruthless Sergeant at 3 isn't good. It really was a mind game. He needed
Did you
PS8.
say that on air, or was that in our pre-call where Viper was in Discords talking up Ruthless Sergeant? Didn't actually run it in the tournament himself, and now Hogvax is. I'm like, it was all a psyops the whole time.
Who knows? I can't even. We were talking about the beginnings of the universe in the pre-chat chat, so I don't even remember what was happening where. But it's just funny because yeah, Viper was he was acting very excited about that card, and then Hogvax lost on it. So it feels like we might have just seen it.
To be fair, I mean, I believe it's 3 damage. Is it to anything? Like, it can go face, right? So, I mean, the card used to be 5, then 6, and so now it's like the same effect on a 3-drop, So in the late game, when you have, the time to lose your energy, it could probably be a really amazing comeback because there's not that many AoE options. I mean, so I get.
So I just pulled that up, Jamie. Pull that up, Jamie, and it only targets units, unfortunately. So not.
Oh, it's only units. Darn it!
If it could go face, that'd be crazy because then it's 9 damage to face for 3. With logistics mastery, that would be 15 to face for 3. There's no way that would be crazy.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, we're just a little word from production here. I think someone's having some computer issues, so we'll keep chatting, but it should be getting going pretty soon here. Yeah, you're absolutely right though, Flex. I think 9 damage for 3 on a 3-drop would be a little too insane. So, well, I would like to see it do some work in another game here. Obviously, Hogvax is gonna have to run that unit Cathy list back, and then Viper is left with the Neve as well as his Cathy, the more burn heavy Cathy.
Yeah, I think Hogvax has a good chance to pull this back. Like, his unit Cathy can do fine in the other matchups. Maybe that's why. So Hogvax banned Viper's Earthen, correct?
Hogvax, yes, correct.
So like that's the out. Like, yes, unit Cathy lost to Skippy, but he's not going to run unit Cathy into Earthen, which would probably be like the worst case because Earthen has so many defenders, so many heals. Like, you really don't want to deal with that. But he doesn't have to worry about that. I feel like his Cathy is a good shot in the other decks. I mean, Cathy into Neve can be very comfortable if you get a strong start. And so, like, Hogvax, plus he's got strong mental. He's not sitting around all day playing cards. He's training in the military. Like, he's built for this. This is nothing to him. So he's like, oh, I lost a game. Okay, I'll just win the next couple. I feel like he's fine for that. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like the next queue is quite significant because let's see if Hogvax or sorry if Viper can get a win with the effect heavy Kathy against something else that isn't the unit one, like that should be pretty significant, right, to kind of secure that win because it might struggle. Well, no, it's not going to struggle against Neve, I suppose. That should be fine. It might struggle against the Nehemiah. So yeah, I'm quite interested to see how this pans out here.
Yeah, if Hogvax can corner Viper with that burn Kathy deck and just like
Mhm.
keep him shut down on that, that might be the opportunity. Because even unit Kathy is quite good into burn Kathy. Like if you get ahead early, you can. I mean, it's just like because burn needs to set up, and unit Kathy can just hit you in the face and probably kill you like one turn before you get to burn them down. It's a close matchup, but it feels like that's a good opportunity for Hogvax. Just really make Viper struggle on that burn Kathy list.
So we discussed, controversial Cyrene. Maybe it's like too good. I don't know how, the general, consensus amongst the community, but it does seem one that is really hated right now is the Helm. And you, I think, alluded to it earlier when we were going over the deck list. But let's talk about it. Do you think Helm is just way too good for Earthen right now?
I felt this way since they dropped Logistics Support Cruiser. I said the wrong things. Or LSC, that's right. Logistics Mastery, Logistics Support Cruiser. LSC, for those who weren't there, was a Battle Pass card. It got nerfed, so you don't see it as much, but it was originally released as a 3-mana card that when you play it, it ramped. It put 1 energy from the top of the deck to the bank. Or is that right? And then it drew when it died. It draws a card when it dies.
Muster,
It's okay.
the top card of your deck goes into your bank. Yeah. And then draw a card.
Draw a card. Point being, when that card was launched, I felt like, why are we adding more ramp to the game? Because there's already a lot of ramp. I felt like, and I do feel like, for the amount of cards in the game, Parallel has a substantial amount of ramp. It feels like the amount of ramp we have now is like 10 years into the game kind of ramp, from what my mind, like, because Hearthstone, like, one class has ramp, right? Like Druid, at least back in the day, like Druid had the 1 0 cost ramp card, and everyone else just had to get the mana one at a time for the most part, right? Like, whereas in Parallel,
right. I think in Hearthstone, like, it pretty much was only Druid for the long, like, I think they've only kept ramp to Druid, but I could be wrong on that. But you're right.
And so in Parallel, we have like LSC, then we have Take It or Leave It, and then now Helm of a Vigdor. I'm just like, maybe that's enough ramp. Like, there's so many things they can add to the game. More ramp, especially for Earthen, where they already have Steward of the Garden, and it's already kind of like the Snowball class, where like it's not as much of the thing anymore, but still somewhat Steward, Moonlit, Nehemiah, GG. Like, I just don't really understand. Like, most of Veen and Muka's decisions have improved play patterns, like giving Acio a little more life and flattening some of the stuff that was too annoying and pushing some stuff up. I just don't really understand the logic of like, let's give Earthen this really strong ramp tool when they're already the strongest ramp class in a game that has the most ramp I've ever seen. Honestly, I don't know what they were smoking on that one. But what do you think, though? Do you think I'm right, or do you think I'm crazy?
Okay, well, as someone who loves playing like ramp decks, okay, like I'm a Timmy in that department. Okay, I have selfishly been enjoying putting it in Shoshana because I want to be different and not play Nehemiah, but I still want to play the ramp deck. So I have been having fun with it. But yes, it's very swingy because it's a one of, and if you get it, you're in the clear. But if you don't, it's But I think that the logic might have been that it was a battle pass card and it didn't really see a lot of play at 3, and so I think maybe they just wanted to give it some time to shine. But let's be real, it is in conjunction with Stewie, like, it is just way too good, I think. So I would not be shocked if we see it. I mean, what do you think they'll do? Like, just put it back to 3? I mean, that kind of feels bad. Or, I mean, I don't know how else you would alter the card, but yeah, I'm in agreement with you. I think that there's already a lot of ramp options, and I mean, that kind of, when it was neutral with LSC, right, it sped up the game for everyone, so I didn't quite mind that. But whenever one class gets something like ridiculously strong, over the rest, then, but you still want to have class identity, right?
Yeah,
which is a consideration. So basically, I feel like design is hard. They're doing a pretty good job, but yeah, the helm might be a little off on that decision.
It's funny you call yourself a Timmy on ramping. I'm a Timmy on stats. I just like the biggest stats on the card. So between the two of us, we got both Timmy sides covered. It's just Helm. It gives you the energy right away as well. And I feel like ramp just needs more downsides. The coin is really good. Take it or leave it. Tioli. It's funny. People told me Tioli wouldn't happen, and then everyone started calling it Tioli. Like I don't know what happened there, but take it or leave it. You can't bank it, and it felt like that card went from broken to super balanced. It feels like such a fair trade-off now. I think that might be the hint of kind of what to do with ramp cards and everything in general is just more drawbacks. Like I know Veen knows this too. We both been nerding out over the same author. There's a guy named Brandon Sanderson. The reason I mention it is that he does these magic systems, and his whole thing is that if a character has superpowers, they need drawbacks. So like if you can like if you have an eye beam that melts steel, if you use it too much, you're gonna burn your own eyes or something. There's like always like a drawback as opposed to just like powers that happen conveniently. And I feel like that's how we need to look at ramp. It's like if maybe like the helm is like when you attack, you ramp one, but at the end of each turn, you take 5 damage to your face or something kind of crazy. So it's like you're really every turn that stays on the board, you're really suffering. Or maybe like when it goes off the board, all the energy you gained is removed plus 1 more. So now you're 1 energy down. Like I feel like it needs to really make you suffer when it gets answered, especially if it's going to be playable so early in the game, so that like you're gambling and you lose when you lose the gamble, as opposed to like either winning or being neutral. It needs to be like win or lose.
I absolutely love that philosophy, and I love that you brought in like fantasy elements to like explain the point. That was super cool. I actually haven't. So I'm like a quarter of the way through The Way of Kings, and I have not read a lot of Sanderson. But I'm like, I keep saying this, but I need to go on my Sanderson journey, so that will serve as some inspiration there, and also kind of like you know, what is it? Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, where it's like the law of equal exchange, you know, like that kind of stuff.
Yes.
And I was initially thinking, I was like, well, maybe it should just be like an empty, mana crystal or something. But I don't think that's even good enough, because I do love the turns where I get to like steward and helm, and then get to develop like my Altar of Gaia also on turn 2. Like that's super fun for the 4 energy there. But you're right. I think that we need a little bit more sacrifice when it's that strong of an effect. So I feel you.
You're being very professional tying it back to parallel. I'm dragging us back to Sanderson, though. I just finished Way of Kings. It's so good. Here's what I'd say, though. Here's what I'd say, because it is ridiculous amounts of material. Veen gave me some advice, which I didn't need, because I actually really, like, when most people watch TV, I read books. It's not something I try to do. It's just, like, it's just very natural to me. But for people who don't naturally, like, if that's not your wind down thing, 1,000-page book's a lot of work. Audiobooks. Then it's like watching a TV show. I really feel like Sanderson's Cosmere, treat it like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, where you just watch it and it's so much easier, but instead you're listening. Like, I feel like audiobooks are the way.
You can get through the material so much faster, right? So like if you're driving in the car, or you're just like folding laundry, like the act of just like going and sitting on the bed or the couch, reading, versus like being able to multitask. My ADD brain like really, it responds well to audiobooks. But you're absolutely right. I do have The Way of Kings on audiobook. I also have the book, and I just haven't finished it yet. So I'm getting there. And I know people said to start with Mistborn, but I just felt like called to go Way of Kings first. So all right, I will finish it, because you're getting me hyped. I know you all would love to keep listening to Flux and I talk about fantasy novels here, but I do wonder if we should maybe head to a break potentially. Or
I'll tie it back while production. Or are they taking us to a break? Oh no, we're getting into the match. I'll tie it back real quick though. The lessons in Way of Kings, it's a lot about like trying to be a good person surrounded by stuff. And I feel like it relates to Web3, where like if it feels like everyone else is scamming or doing some dumb stuff, when I read The Way of Kings, it's just like, be good. It's like when I'm in Web3, I'm like, I can do this. I can focus on good games. I can avoid nihilistically posting about meme coins all day. Like that's how I draw inspiration and bring it to Web3. I tried to tie it back. It didn't really work. Into the match.
No, I think that's
Is
a
that good?
great
Is
way
that
to
okay?
tie it back. But
Okay.
we do have Viper versus Hogvax here finally. I think there were some PC issues, but we got a fun discussion out of it. So, it looks like we are going to see a Neve from Viper, into Hogvax. He's running back the Kathy list. So, theoretically, Hogvax should be favored here, but his version of Kathy is not the effect heavy list. And I do think that Neve, even though it is unfavored, has a better shot against this type of Kathy. Just because, again, it's got AoE with the Neve's Dominion and stuff like that. But I don't know. Kathy can still pull out some crazy damage even with these unit heavy lists. So it'll be an uphill battle. But judging by this opening hand, it's looking pretty good with the Stewie, Life Siphon. There's a lot of early stuff to do here.
Yeah, looking good for Viper. I mean, Unit Kathy does pretty well into Neve. Not as good as Burn Kathy, though. And Hogvax going second is a big disadvantage for this matchup. Still, the embedded agent is a good thing for Hogvax since he's got his gunslingers chilling. You can see exactly how this match starts, which is that Hogvax slingers the embedded agent. Viper is going to then most likely play Steward Life Siphon to buff his Steward to 2/4. And then Hogvax probably plays a double Bannerman into that and then tries to play Rallying Cry. So the real question is, does Viper draw more Banish? If he does, and he's able to keep feeding his Steward, then that could be really strong. But if Viper draws some stuff that's more like, Unseen Allies, Triumph of the Lost, these more mid game cards that aren't like super helpful on turn 2, turn 3, or turn 3, turn 4, like Hogvax could have a really good chance to establish a board. And then also, I was going to say if Viper doesn't draw Dominion, that would be good, but he just drew Dominion. So there it is.
Oof, I guess scheming will have to be the bank here then, right? Because you don't really want to give up that Dominion and oh my
He wants to
goodness.
give up Dominion. He's like,
I
"Well,
mean,
hold my beer."
hold my beer, hold my beer. I I honestly am a little surprised. I think that, against these aggro decks, I mean, and we know it's a unit list. Like, I think having an option with a Stewie. Oh, well, you know what? You just be a pro, okay? Like Viper here, and he knows he's like, I'm gonna get the next one back off the next draw. But especially with the steward on the board, we were discussing earlier in the pre-show that like sometimes like an early dominion with like on a little board and you already have that steward developed can just do some crazy work. So it worked out that he got it back.
Yeah, Viper is just kind of sitting back on his throne, masterminding the game, knowing he's going to draw Dominion again just by sheer instinct. I don't know though. Viper really low on cards. As you mentioned, scheming is quite slow in this matchup while Hogvax is pushing the board. Viper doesn't really want to spend 3 energy just to take one card out of the hand. To be honest, I feel like Viper is drawing so well and getting bailed out after keeping that scheming. It was a sus decision, but Cyrene and Dominion will give him some options. The question is if Hogvax can get wide enough to kind of get ahead of this Dominion and Cyrene. Cyrene in particular, that's it'll be really it's gonna be tough for Hogvax if his Kathy just gets slapped down by Cyrene back to back. So I
I
don't know.
I
But
think like
he's got a really good hand.
I think he has to go for like okay, let's do okay, so Dominion, if you bank here and you clear the 1-2 and the O2, actually, hold on, Dominion, the steward probably doesn't get buffed for clearing the shield pod, right? So
Yeah, it
that
won't get buffed for
actually
that unless it's been silenced. Then it would get buffed from it.
I see, yeah. So, that play doesn't even feel that great because then you'll have to like trade into the other Bannerman, and I guess it will live at 1, I think.
But it
But
seems like that might be his only option, I guess, since he's banking
yeah.
scheming, he's gonna go for it. What he does get to leave it at an empty board. He's just still top decking. He knows he has Cyrene on 5. What's he gonna do on 4 is a mystery, but he's trusting the oh, it's got 1 health left. All right. So Hogvax really hoping to pull a gunslinger here, since actually the math is hard, y'all know. So the steward still has 1 health. But I gotta imagine Hogvax wants to rally. Let's see. He's dragging the rally to the. What is he doing? He hasn't banked yet.
This
Is
has
he
been
thinking
a
about banking one?
a game of hard bank decisions, because even in the last, like, he decided to bank the second gunslinger, and I was like, maybe you just bank the second wave soldier. Sometimes gunslinger can be useful as a one, but I just want to bring attention to the fact that you said Viper's been top decking, and he found a Tioli for Cyrene next turn. I just want to bring that
I
up
didn't
because,
even.
like,
Oh my
my
god.
goodness. Wow. Okay, Hogvax finds a gunslinger from the
The
rallying
Harf.
cry.
The Harf's
That's
gonna shut down that
huge.
coin.
Oh my god, you're right too. Wow. What a swing. I mean,
Clutch.
those might be the best two uh units from the rallying cry that he could have gotten for this situation. Like, stopping the
Clutch.
Cyrene and being able to take out the Stewie is nuts. Wow.
Yeah, 2/4 Harf, blocking the coin, blocking Cyrene, Adira draw, Viper face in his hands, but he deserved this because he was taking really risky options. He couldn't just have it that easy. He's got to work for it. He even got the tutorial message, you still have playable cards in your hand, are you sure? Because the game is like,
BM.
hey, coin,
That's
you can play
BM
one
from the
mana
client
coin.
right there.
Yeah.
I just want to also bring attention to the fact that Viper didn't really think much about that. Like, he's like, okay, Adira is clearly the bank. And I think that just is a testament to Cyrene's power. I mean, I know he wants to keep the board clear here, and that's the better option. But, the days of, like, what other 5-drop would you bank instead of, like, Adira, right? So it is
Yeah,
very,
anything
very strong.
anything that wins the bank battle against Adira is really pulling its weight. It's also fair to
Exactly.
point out that Adira is not as good against Marco against excuse me, against other classes. I got to remember I'm
True.
commentating and not streaming, so I can't just burp when I want to.
You're
Sorry,
fine.
sorry audience. But yeah, like in an Earthen matchup, a Shroud Mirror, he might make a different decision there, but certain yeah. Excel just said in the chat, I'm pulling a Rick. What's
Yeah.
come on, Morty. But yeah,
Am I Morty? Is that this dynamic?
I didn't mean to make you Morty, but I think I did just turn you into
It's
Morty.
fine.
Oh, Viper draws other coin. Viper's
Oh my
hand
god.
is falling apart. Hogvax has a chance with that rummaging researcher as well. He can draw, he can play researcher and then attack with the red sand scout charge and get an extra draw. 2 no snitchings in his hand. Can't no snitch the Cyrene because it costs more than 4, which is easy to forget since that was a change to the card after it got launched. But he can trade into Cyrene. It's looking pretty good for Hogvax, although that Dominion will give Viper a chance to buy some time. But it's not going to clear Kathy. Dominion won't clear Kathy unless he coins. He's going to
Oh.
coin. Okay, yeah, it'll clear Kathy with the coin. But point is, Viper is going to be able to clear the board, but Hogvax has a lot of tempo right now. Kathy does attack the unit. Okay, here comes Dominion.
All right. I mean, look, the Tiolis are not what you want to see, but if it gets to a Neve quicker, I mean, the Neve isn't that gassed, but I mean, she's still something. Even if you get a few things on the board, it doesn't feel that bad. So definitely gonna go for the Dominion, or sorry, the no snitching bank. And let's see, we've got 5, 6, 7. Yeah, still a couple of turns off getting that Neve down.
Those Alvaros are going to make it so Viper can't play a single spell without instantly dying. It's absolutely Hogvax's game. Viper looking for the comeback of a lifetime with absolutely no good cards in hand. And yeah, I'll be very surprised if this does not end up with Hogvax winning in the next 2 or 3 minutes.
2 health. I mean, is there a Gosan? I mean, the thing is you'd be dead before the Gosan could do anything. But let me just check real quick and see if there is one in. Oh no, there is not a Gosan in
He wasn't. I think
Viper's list.
Hogvax is running in his Neve, right? I think that's where
Yeah.
it was.
Hmm.
It's I have a rule with commentary, which is make it sound exciting as long as possible, but don't blatantly lie to the audience. So y'all can see that Hogvax is pretty much winning. I can't imagine Viper wins here, but we'll keep paying attention just in case something unfathomable. It's just like 2 health, Alvaro's. I'm actually surprised Hogvax doesn't play Alvaro just to make it so. I'm actually really surprised he's choosing to draw more instead of just playing Alvaro. Do you think that's right?
Gosh, I think he might just be like, it don't matter, like whatever.
Probably don't matter. Yeah.
But actually, no. But in a tournament, a top 4, I think you're right. Putting a Alvaro on the board would have just secured or like locked Viper out of anything. So you're right. I think he should have done that. Wow, that variant of Void Trapper is so cool. Wow.
Yeah.
I
The
haven't seen
prime
that one that
variants,
much.
the parallels variants are so good. And this, I just, when I'm talking about world class casual experience and arguing with econ all day, it's like, I'm just like, man, like the cosmetics. I understand the loops, the video loops are very like high resources demanding to make, but the cool like art, just like yeah, prime variants. We need so much more of that in the game. That's just like oh, we it's so good. It's so good. Viper, by the way, slamming down the Neve off of the coins, seeing if he can do anything, and he can't. So Hogvax takes the win. It's 1-1. Casters working hard on these best of fives. We're not getting out of here anytime soon. It's going to be a long match.
They're not letting us off easy, and that is fine. Yeah, I mean, that was to be expected. I mean, look, every once in a while, I think a Neve can cheat out a win against a Kathy, but it's a rare sight to see, no matter kind of what Kathy list they're running. So now we're even Stevens. We're 1-1, and let's see. Viper has got to run that Neve back, of course, and then has his effect heavy Kathy left, and now Hogvax is got the Nehemiah and the Neve as well. So
Interesting. So we could get that Neve mirror that I was looking for on game one, or we could see one of the Shroud versus Earthens, which is interesting because on the ladder, Earthen players, they generally cringe when they queue into Shroud. But on tournaments, it hasn't been that way for a while. We've seen, I believe it was the second major, if I'm not crazy, or maybe it was Worlds. I think it was Major 2, where Earthens were slapping Shrouds all over the place. I think Manos brought a really good Earthen deck, and he won the major. I believe it was that one. And it was like, oh, it's a turning point. Earthen isn't afraid of Shroud anymore. So if we see that matchup, it'll be interesting. Okay, Kathy versus Earthen, heavily favored for Earthen. Viper is in a tough match, especially playing Burn. If Hog can get some defense and some heals set up early with the Altar of Gaia, it's going to be very tough for Viper. But obviously, not 100% win rate, so there's still a lot of room for Viper to take this win if he can find it.
So I'm not much of a Marco player. So I'm curious here. Like theoretically, um, the effect heavy version of Marco, like you would not have to rely on your units to get through those massive defenders. So I feel like as long as Nehemiah doesn't run away with the board like too quickly, which, let's be honest, they can start building a pretty sizable board in the mid game. If Viper can find the logistics mastery and the fleet support, like I think he could, like, just by the skin of his teeth, like, pull out the burn. It's possible, but it'll still probably be tough.
The challenge is going to be that while he sets up the burn, Hogvax has a chance to build a huge board. And so he's going to need to
Mhm.
get there before Hogvax can just get aggressive. Of course, there's a lot of ways for Viper to win. So we'll have to see how this opening plays out. Hogvax has a bit of a dream opening here. He's got Steward of the Garden, Moonlit. Nehemiah can follow that up, even a no snitching and a Spores, which are your two early game answers. Formidable draw probably gets banked. But yeah, Viper has a nice opening. He's got his trigger happy trooper. He's got draw in his hand. He's got 2/1 drops for turn 2. Definitely going to be interesting. I'm actually curious to see how Viper does handle this, since the mark of a great player is not their easy matchups, it's their tough matchups, right? And
Yeah.
so we're going to get to learn like what do you do with Burn Kathy? How do you try to win against Earthen? Curious to see how he handles this.
Yeah, I think judging by the hand, it's anyone's game right now. I mean, of course, the steward into the moonlit is always so strong. So I might eat my words there a little bit, but like a no snitching from Viper would have been so clutch on the Stewie. But he's got a pretty decent hand here, so we'll see if he can kind of fend off the defenders for a little while and then find a logistics mastery, perhaps.
Yeah, Viper, lots of options. That's the prime variant machinist, right? Those cool looking one
Yep.
drops. So he's got endless cards. And that's something Burn Kathy wants to do. Thin out the deck early. Make sure you're going to just draw into all the combo pieces once you get your relics set up. combo, aka all your burn synergies. And so he's gonna most likely play this machinist. Let's see what we get for a draw. And it's gonna be a red sand scout. So now he's got the option. Does he want to play the second machinist, or does he want to make the sand scout, which will turn into a 2/4? Either way, what you're not seeing here is a clean answer for Nehemiah if Hogvax chooses to play her right on 3. Hogvax also has that Terra Glider though, which could be played on 3, although it's not that good yet. So most likely
I'm
he's going to play Nehemiah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm generally I think it's a little different when you are playing Nehemiah because like you always have her as an option, but I feel like Tempo Terra Glider is like totally solid play, especially against the aggro decks. Like I don't shy away from dropping a 4 drop or a 3 sometimes because the half the time you get like a not half the time, but a lot of the time you get like a pretty solid 3 drop like a Moonlit or something, and it can definitely, fight for board quite a bit. I'm just taking a look to see if Viper has an answer to a Nehemiah, like some kind of it does have the solitary confinement, 2 copies
2
of
copies, right?
solitary
Yeah, so
confinement.
that's a
Yeah,
good answer. It's tough though. Even there, it's like he has to spend 4 energy to send a energy card away. So it's like
true.
it's a good answer. It's not an amazing answer. Right now, Hogvax is in a great position. Viper, he's got the volley and he's got the Cindy, but Earthen goes tall, not wide. So those they can help. But it's interesting though. I mean, let's see what he does. This is exactly that moment where I'm really curious to see how Viper handles it. He's vulnerable to spores, doesn't have a perfect answer to this stuff yet. He gets another Sand Scout off of the Machinist. Even the Harf doesn't really do much against Earthen here. It's looking like a nice spot for Hogvax. Viper definitely needs to find something to turn this around. Considering Hogvax just drew the Terramech as well. This is what I'm talking about. The classic. It's funny. I said it doesn't happen as much anymore, but here it is. Exactly what I said. Steward of the Garden, Moonlit, Nehemiah, and literally we've got Terramech and Terra Glider in the hand. I mean, this is just and relic removal. It's actually a perfect, like card for card, perfect opening for Hogvax.
The force is with Hogvax in this particular game, that is for sure. And there are 3 copies of Spores as well. So Spores would be that would just be the cherry on top if he finds the Spores for this. Nope. Okay. Didn't find it off that last draw there. But yeah, I mean, you can't ask for much more when you're playing Nehemiah, right? So this is going to be pretty tough. And you want that artillery volley to be able to do something, but just don't have a unit with high enough attack here. I mean, and Kathy, uh, plus the volley is quite far away. I wonder if you just throw the Kathy down. Oh, sorry, we are on Hogvax's turn, guys. I'm jumping the gun here.
We're
My
so
bad.
desperate to find an answer for Viper, we're giving him an extra turn, that's all.
Yeah, precisely. Okay, Emissary of Gafar, not the best for.
What I was gonna say is that Hogvax didn't listen to my rant about Brandon Sanderson and the Magic needing a downside. This is what happens when you only have upside. He's OP. It's
Ooh.
Superman flying around, just zapping everybody. See, like Grandpa's too strong. Stop sending him your thoughts and prayers. Like this is one of those kind of scenarios. Um,
Ah, that makes me
but
wonder if next game Hogvax is like going to have a terrible hand, right? To bring balance to the force here.
maybe that's it.
Ooh.
Okay. The fleet support is interesting for Viper. Thing is, Viper has Sendrillin in hand, right? So there is a line where you play fleet support and then next turn double rend. He'll take 6 damage to his own face though, and he needs to try not to take too much damage. Viper has some tools in his toolbox, but he's still, he's at the bottom of a pit surrounded by wolves with a rain the adventure time knife rain, like knives raining down on him, and he's just like looking for some way to climb out of that pit, drag himself up by his fingernails. And honestly, the crazy part is I almost think he can do it. I almost believe against all odds that he could still
Mean,
find a win here.
look, like there is okay, so you are artillery volley the 2/2 that does 2 to everything. That makes the Moonlit a at 4, and then also the Nehemiah at 2. There isn't quite enough to get through it, especially with the defenders getting passed off here. But I like the development of the fleet support because I feel like Viper knows, um, like if miracles happen, it's going to be because of fleet support, right? And he was actually able to take out the Nehemiah with that double cast there. So this is actually like there is hope for Hogvax here with that Nehemiah off the board, or for
Yeah,
sorry
some
for
hope
Viper here.
for Viper. Yeah. This is exactly what I was hoping, which is that Viper would show us how it's done, and he's doing it. Hogvax is not in a guaranteed win at all. We do see that terraformation engine in hand. It makes no sense for him to play it here, I think. Oh, wait, is he playing it? I'm thinking he has 6 mana. He wants to play Terramech. I would love
Well,
to see that card get played just because I want to see it. But yeah,
I
Terramech feels
think that the priority is just, like, get that darn fleet support off the board, so,
true. I'm tunnel
yeah.
visioning on the big stats. Told you I was a stats Timmy, but actually he wants to
Just
remove that,
doing
and then he plays Terraformation Engine. Here we go, a card I have never seen ever on the ladder anywhere, and Hogvax casually throwing it down in the top 4. Such a cool. It's like a half of a Harf combined with like an Iraq passive effect kind of thing. It's just
yeah.
a really cool card.
Honestly, it was very tempting to get the Titan down because if you could get through one more turn, then triggering its flourish ability is always fun as well. But I don't know. I think fleet support can do some crazy things. So I totally get his decision to like answer on site with that relic repurposing.
The
See.
question here is, can Hogvax find Altar of Gaia? Because he needs to get access to some heals before Viper starts burning him super hard. That second fleet support showing up, Hogvax needs to either find repurposings or Altar of Gaia. He's still got 30 health, so it's not too much of a concern yet, but it'll get there. Still, Hogvax has a lot of health. That's the challenge here. The volley and the Sendrillin just they can clear a lot of stuff. I don't know, man. Viper is really making this more interesting than it has any right to be. I feel like he
I would
is.
agree with that.
Yeah.
For sure. That's tough because I mean, there's so many different lines there. Like, you know, you want to get the fleet support. Oh my god! Of course, Kathy goes
It goes
face.
face.
That's great. You know, like wanting to get the fleet support down to set up is valid, and then also like drawing with the researcher to find the burn if you get it set up. I mean, Cindy maybe could have done some stuff there, but yeah, that was a tough turn. Oh my gosh, but a Cyrene pickup for Hogvax. I mean. Good lord. This is looking pretty good for him, I'll just say that.
How does Hogvax have 26 cards left in his deck, yet he's seen all of the greatest cards in the game? It's actually incredible.
Facts, that's how. Attacking
What's
the
interesting
universe here.
What's interesting here is actually I'm realizing the Terraformation engine is really effective against Burn Kathy because all the burn spells are spells or effects, technically, as they're called. It's like people getting mad at me for saying mana instead of energy. But yeah, like all these effects are going to cost 1 more. Viper down to 10. I'll be honest, we've been doing a great job on commentary. You're welcome, chat. But nonetheless, Viper is on the ropes. It's almost over for him unless he can make something happen right now. And it's very hard to imagine how he's going to answer that Terra mech, even if he somehow gets the rest of this stuff handled. It's just
Oh,
too much.
man. Yeah, it almost was possible because, like, if he had 7 energy this turn, right, he coulda gone with the double like, and he had gotten fleet support developed last turn, he almost coulda done with, like, a double, artillery volley on a Kathy, but no, to no avail. Yeah, I was about ready to just call the game on turn 4, but I didn't wanna, you know, do that, but that when you have a hand that good with Nehemiah against Markolian, there's a good chance you're gonna take it, which Hogbacks did.
It's
So
good
it is
matchup, perfect draw,
yep,
and also a great player who's locked in. It's just
exactly.
GG.
So that means that Hogvax has got his Nehemiah left. That is the one that has ghosts on in it as well. And anything else special about this one? Only 2 copies of Void Trapper. I think that might have been. And 2 copies of Collateral Damage, which should be
Yeah.
very useful against some fleet supports or logistics mastery, that type of stuff. But honestly, even with the disruption, I feel like that is still a really tough match to win. So, uh, it might come down to a Neve mirror because I'm sure Viper will queue up the Kathy again, right?
Yeah, and then Hogvax has to play Shroud now, right? That's his last deck.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be Neve. It's going to end up Hogvax. Oh, here's our Shroud mirror. There we go. I've been waiting for this.
Wow. Okay. I'm honestly surprised Viper queued up the mirror instead of going for that potentially easy win with the burn Kathy.
Yeah, I guess that is true, actually. That's very true. He must... Huh.
Like, let's just get it over with. Like, I know. He's like, we're going to have to play this mirror eventually. Let's just see who wins the mirror. I don't know. What's the logic?
Yeah. He's going to have to do it eventually. That's actually probably it. Do the harder matchup first. If he wins, he
Right?
builds momentum, mental game
Yeah.
kind of thing. And you can really see they're both, if you pay attention to their facial expressions and stuff, you can really see how good both their mental is. They react. They're not like completely holding it in, but they're also not overreacting. You can see them both. They get pissed, like an eyebrow raise, or Hogvax makes a face and then like lock right back in. So definitely some good mental game on both sides. And let's see what these opening hands look like. All right, so Viper's first, Hogvax is second, and good hands on both sides. Neve mirrors are so complicated, so we're definitely going to be having to just take this one step at a time. Viper considering a bank on the Steward. I guess in the mirror, he could maybe. I don't know. I'm surprised he just clicked on that and started dragging it towards the bank.
Yeah.
What do you think Viper's looking at on this turn one?
Yeah, and that is really tough. I mean, I think that he doesn't have a banish as it currently stands to combo with that Stewie. So that might be somewhat relevant. But, putting the embedded agent down does give Hogvax a target, right? With a Stewie life siphon, which we see that he does have. I think because Viper's going first, wanting to prioritize like the draw, both the Wong and the researcher. I understand that. And then, you have to keep the no snitching for, a steward potentially. So that was tough. But I definitely agree with the decision to bank the steward.
So Hogvax in the same exact boat. I love getting to see a tough matchup with two of the best players in the game because we get to learn so much. He's going to go ahead and banish that embedded agent. And we can see both players taking a positional kind of defensive opening. Neither one has a way to be super aggressive. So they're both casting some spells, getting the initial beginning of setting up the Neve muster. It's going to happen in like 10 turns or whenever we end up seeing that. And Viper is banking a triumph and sending it back. Let's see what Hogvax draws. It is Brand's expertise. Doesn't need that. He's probably going to bank that one. Hogvax has two schemings. Viper has none. Considering Hogvax already has the card advantage, we could see a game where Hog is just taking away Viper's cards and really playing into that card advantage. To me, that looks like the best strategy he has available, since it will also be setting up for his Neve later while making Viper have less and less options. I'm guessing that's the path he's going to take here.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting dance, right? Because if you go first, like oftentimes the player that Neves first wins. And so if you're going first, you kind of get to have that aggressive first mover advantage, right? But you definitely struggle when you don't have card advantage, and especially in like a shroud, right? You want the card advantage. So it is it's a dance, like I said. So let's see. He's going to go for the researcher. Makes sense. Get that unit developed on the board on turn 3. And let's see what he gets.
Yeah, it feels like if Viper can just get to Neve first, that can make up for the disadvantage. Neither player has demolecularized, so it's going to take a Dominion to clear a Neve. It's an interest. There's like no one clear thing that's like just do this and then win. It's such a dynamic matchup in this mirror. Okay, Hogvax gets that Cyrene now. Does Hogvax do what I was thinking? Does he go for a turn 3 scheming? He's going to want to remove the researcher so that Viper can't get additional draw synergy. But is that worth not playing a scheming? I'm super curious to see. Is he banking? Okay, I guess he doesn't want it to get stolen. He'd probably banking Cyrene to stop it from getting stolen.
Yeah.
Plays the scheming. Let's see if he takes the scheming from Viper. That's usually the play. Yeah. No, he takes the Wong. Okay. I thought he might take scheming and then next turn take Wong, but he goes right for the Wong, giving Viper a chance to scheme him back.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he wants to block like a Tioli top deck into the Wong, or who knows. But I mean, we see that there's an expertise as well. So yeah.
I'm going to
But here's
immediately
the thing.
interrupt our train of thought and just
Yep.
say, and I apologize for this. Mark said the funniest thing I've seen all day in the chat, production side. You got to pay the hog tax if you want to beat the Hogvax.
I
That was
love
so
that.
funny. Yeah, that just ruined my entire focus for a second. Viper banks the siphon, plays the harp, and please, Ali, get me back on track. Save me.
All right, decides to go for the treacherous scheming, is going to take advantage of the fact that Hogvax did not yoink it at the previous turn. So now he's got some options. I mean, he could take it back. Wow, it's a battle of fighting of the Wong. Okay. I mean, you definitely don't want to. I mean, here's the thing. Hogvax doesn't really need the cards. And so like with the expertise in the hand, I guess I'm like a little surprised because he could have taken, the disruption or yeah, but it doesn't get added to your hand though. So I like this. I think he wants the unit back, right? I
This all
respect it.
just plays into the idea that I'm still surprised Hogvax didn't take the scheming first from Viper,
Right.
but
Right.
instead we have this back and forth Wong. It's like in a cartoon when there's two people trying to pull someone in both directions, and like Wong is in the middle getting pulled back and forth. That's kind of what that just felt like. Let's see. Who is even? It's Hogvax here attacking with the Void Trapper. Yeah, it's just they both got so long to go. It's such a positional game. It's like in chess when both players play positionally and it's like turn 30 and there's still no big threat yet. Like they're both positioning, like keeping their distance from each other, kind of like talking trash, like waiting for the confrontation. We're still like a few turns away. It's going to explode once those Neves become playable. So in
Oof,
the
this is an
meantime, it's
interesting decision
go ahead.
here because we've got either, Viper just throwing down the Wong, okay? But he did see the hand and he does know, I think, that there is another scheming in there. So if he wanted to, he could get the card advantage with the expertise and like throw out a treacherous scheming as opposed to going for the Wong. But he fought so hard for the Wong, right, to get it back that he must be like, man, he probably wants to get it down. But Wong is easily answered by an erasure or something. So this is a tricky decision. Man,
Big
I
thing
think,
with the
yeah.
Wong big thing with the Wong is that he can take 5 damage because it's corrupted, right? And that in this matchup where Dominion doesn't get as much value, that might be a way to set up Malia if he feels like he needs to get that damage loaded up. He's getting the draw, the stats, and that Malia setup. But they're both scheming like maniacs, which is what I've come to see from pro players and Shroud Mirrors. The scheme gets a very high priority and Viper is just going to hold that Wong in his hand. The good thing here, and maybe one reason he doesn't want to play it on 5, is he's trying to avoid Hogvax getting to Triumph, getting a free Wong off of that. I'm guessing he wants to wait till he can play Wong and follow it up with
Oh
a
yeah.
Steward, a Void Trap, or something like that.
Of course, that's a really that's a great point. Definitely didn't want to give him the Wong, right? So, in hindsight, absolutely had to be that 3 and 2 play as opposed to dropping the Wong itself. And now I was gonna say Viper might be having the card advantage here, but now we see that Hogvax has picked up an expertise. Ooh, and he even accepted the kickback. Okay.
It's
Wow.
like such a different kind of match. It's like the game is happening in the hands instead of on the board, which you'll see that in certain matchups
Mhm.
in Magic the Gathering or like the game I used to focus on before Parallel, Gods Unchained had a lot of games like this where it's like hand versus hand, but you don't see it
Mhm.
as much in Parallel. And it's fun to see this with both players playing the mind games, scheming each other. Like there's so much action happening in all the zones other than the board itself, which is always a fun kind of play pattern to see. It's probably a reason why the sweatier players
Yeah.
can enjoy these Neve mirrors so much. You're just playing in like different zones than you usually do. They
Yeah.
both have done so much and there's still so far to go. It just goes to show what a skillful matchup this is.
I think this is the turning point in the game right here. You could see Hogvax's like flinch in his face when the siren came down because now like Hogvax is in the like I have to answer position where, he's only got access to 6 mana. So like you can't let the siren live. So he's gonna have to play defensive, and then Viper is able to keep putting the pressure on. He's also got the Tioli in the hand to be the first potentially to get that Neve out. So I don't know. I mean, God, I mean, there's Amalia top deck right there, but I would not be surprised if Viper is in like the more commanding position after this turn.
I'm gonna play Neve mirrors all week after watching this game. It's such an interesting. I just want to like hit the scrims and just get my friends, and all we do is play Neve all week. Viper and Hogvax are just so deep in this. You have to think about every spell you're. I mean, I don't know if they're really thinking about this, but you have to think about every spell your opponent's played, every spell you've played. Can they Neve? Can you Neve? If they Neve first, can you? Is Dominion gonna be enough? Do you have Malia? Do you have? It's just so many mind games. Viper picking up his brand's expertise and look, the board doesn't matter. I've never seen the board be less relevant in a game of parallel. Just flip the board over and get rid of it. We don't even need a board for this matchup. It's coming though. Winter is coming. It's something big is going to happen in a few turns.
That being said, though, there are some games where like the Void Trappers. I mean, there was a no snitching for the one that was on the board, but like it can stack sometimes in the early game with like Barons and things like that. But you're absolutely right. This has been a hand game here, and again, I mean, with the Tioli, I suppose there's only 4 cards in Viper's Waste, so it's not that juiced yet. But I would not be shocked if we see a bank of one of these expertise.
He's
Or
got to
any of
bang an
them
expertise.
here.
I can't imagine he would keep it.
I mean, you could bank Tioli out the erasure, but I think I want to be the first to Neve if I was Viper here. So yeah, no, this is there's not that many ways for Hogbacks to get like more value off of this rummaging researcher. Like, there's not too many other reveal cards, right? So I wouldn't be too stressed about it. Um,
What's interesting now is so Hogvax drew Cyrene, and that's gone now. So if Viper goes down to 1 off of a Dominion, there's no battle ready and there's no burn in except for Malia in Hogvax's deck. So I guess that's the threat is that Malia would be able to kill him from 1. But if he can get past Malia, like there is a world where Viper can go to 1 and still be somewhat secure. And maybe but then he's gonna die to fatigue potentially. This is where the like the understanding the win conditions gets so complicated. But
yeah,
yeah, if Viper can do go ahead.
oh, I was just gonna say Hogvax, banked the Malia. So, I
Oh, I
believe
missed that.
last turn. Yeah,
Because
so I
Viper doesn't
think
know
that's
that though, right?
correct. Yeah, but
So he's not
you're
gonna
right.
he's never gonna be sure that Malia isn't there still. So that's interesting. It's like he doesn't even know. That's interesting. He banked the Malia.
I think unless my eyes deceived me, I'm pretty sure we saw that Malia get banged. I was, surprised. So but you're absolutely right. Viper doesn't know that, right? So he's gotta be playing from that perspective.
Yeah, this we're on the ride with y'all, chat. I told y'all I'm not gonna lie to you, so I'll be real. Like I'm not even sure. It feels like Hogvax is a little bit ahead, but we are really. This is like when you know Magnus versus Hikaru, like Grandmaster battle. Like I'm just so I am honestly right alongside y'all, just like sitting in the audience watching this. Except I have to pretend that I'm commentating. Like it's just they're at such a high level, and I think we're all just waiting to see who plays Neve first and then how does that play out? Like we need like an emergency call from Lambie to explain to us exactly who's ahead and who's behind here because I'm like
Yeah.
it's just so complicated. It's insane. It's so fun to watch. The tension.
I mean, okay, so let's see. We saw that Tioli get used, so he's on 8. I think I mean, at this point, Viper, hold on a second. 4. I can you dev team, can we bring back the mana showing us exactly easy glance so I don't have to count the squares, please? I think that the fact that Viper did go first, unless there's a Tioli that comes into Hogvax's hand, he's going to be able to get that Neve down. He's also has an erasure here to clear the Wong, gets to keep his 6/6 on the board. Like I feel like Viper is in the better position. And it was like that Cyrene turn that I really felt like it. But that being said, miracles, not miracles, but lots of things can happen here for Hogvax. So I don't want to call it too soon.
Yeah, it's
Ooh,
interesting
interesting
that
play.
yeah, and Hogvax banking his Dominion means he's not even thinking about answering Neve with a Dominion. So I was thinking maybe he like saves Dominion, answers the Neve, and then Viper dies eventually from fatigue or something. This is I am studying Neve mirrors this week. I promise chat next tournament I'm gonna have this studied. But yeah, for now it's like what I'm asking to myself is pretty much who plays Neve first? How do you answer that? I mean, you explained that Viper can get there first. So is he
Yeah.
just gonna play Neve as soon as he can? I feel like he should. I'm not really
Yeah.
sure what Hogvax is trying to accomplish with his decisions right now. That's the big question I'm asking myself.
Uh, I mean, probably wants to get a lot of value off of that triumph if he can, but I think or set himself up to be able to answer this Neve as best as possible. So I would like to get a draw off this turn to like have as many tools, right? To get through the Neve. I'm gonna go for the disruption here. I wonder what it'll take. The
Yeah, it's an
draw,
interesting
maybe,
choice.
Okay. What was that? Viper wasn't sure too.
I I missed it
He's like,
too,
"Wait a minute."
Dominion. Well, I was
Um,
distracted looking at our production chat because Excel said what I was thinking. We're all in the same boat here. Who plays Neve first? Answer is Dominion. But Hogvax banked a Dominion, or like he didn't hold it. I'm so this is such a complicated matchup. I am it is interesting, but it just Hogvax finds Dominion now. I feel like the point is Hogvax is going to lose to Viper's Neve, is what it feels like. It feels like Viper plays it one turn earlier, but maybe now Hogvax can use that Dominion. I
I think
it's
it
so I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. If Viper or sorry, if Hogvax is uses the Dominion against Viper's Neve here, Viper has the expertise, hopefully, to be able to draw into some other threats. Like, uh, oh, was this the game that Adira was banked or no? That might have been a different
I think that was the
game, right?
previous one because that was
Yeah.
Coin, Adira, and Cyrene. That was against Kathy, right?
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
against
So there are still some threats left in Viper's list here, and so it's that pressure. But I will say Hogvax is still at 24, so he's gonna try and apply the pressure after the clear. But if Hogvax can just play his own Neve with 15 cards in the waist, it might just not be enough to get there.
Yeah, I mean, Hogvax having this Dominion feels like the key. Chat, please just roast us. We tell us all the stuff that we're missing on this matchup. You all know we're doing a great job. Otherwise, the Neve mirror clearly is the cutting edge of this meta that we have to learn. But
I
right
think
now, Viper, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna get side tangent here. I think it's
Oh,
amazing, by the way, that Viper, instead of clicking never show again, is just clicking got it each time because I did that for the longest time and then I didn't just look over. So
I
I think it's Viper being relatable here is making me happy.
I wonder if it's because I think Viper is the kind of guy who he like doesn't stay insanely locked in on ladder because he gets tilted. So he's like a little better when he chills. And maybe he has that just in case he's a little over chilled and missing something. It kind of catches him like, oh, oops.
So it's strategic. Okay. Got
That's
you.
my guess. Either that or it's just one of those things like people who never scrap their cards, like one of those kind of weird things. I'm taking off my hoodie, by the way, y'all. It's summer now and I'm starting to sweat. So apologies for this hoodie is I'm sweating. Whew.
Okay, so it looks like Hogvax is gone for the retaliation Neve as opposed to trying to clear the Dominion, which I like. It's just too much damage, and then it gives Viper the turn to develop the pressure. So Hogvax is hoping and praying that his Neve being definitely
Adira.
bigger than Viper's. Did we see an Adira come into play?
Adira
Oh
off of
my
Neve.
goodness.
I believe that's what happened, right? Yeah. I've never seen that before. I've never seen Neve summon an Adira. It
Wow,
feels
yeah,
like
that
it's
is
not even possible,
unusual. Yeah, it feels like it's not even possible.
right? Like,
Uh, let's
wow.
see. Um,
Wow. Wow. I mean, how much so Viper has 10, 12. Viper doesn't have quite enough damage for lethal, assuming Hogvax, uses his Neve to trade into something. It's like Viper is close to lethal, but not quite. Hogvax getting an amazing Neve. So what's happening here is Hogvax's Neve is just getting so much more value than Viper's did, and he had enough health to weather the storm, and it looks likely that Hogvax will be able to win on the board here. But Viper is going to have the world's most complicated turn to try to think through. A minute and a half is not enough time to fathom. Even the AI can't solve this in a minute and a half. Like this is I'm glad that I'm commentating and not playing right now because this looks like a stressful spot.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those moments where you're like, well, it'll be interesting to see what they do. I don't need to go through figure it out completely on myself here. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh. Okay.
How much
Wait a
mana is this
minute.
Dominion hitting on though? None? Yes, that didn't do anything.
Okay, yeah, that didn't.
So
That's
Adira
fair.
took Triumph. There was no energy left, so the Dominion did nothing. It looked crazy, but nothing was actually happening. Here comes a bunch of trades, and it looks like Viper only has 10 damage of attack power on the board. His hand, he's got a little draw, got a little banish. Honestly, the match continues. Both Neeves are down. The game's not over. Both players have 7 cards in the deck. It's just this is why this matchup, now it's starting to make sense to me seeing these two guys play it at such a high level. There really isn't one moment where you win or lose. This game is just
Yeah.
this matchup at the highest level is an endurance battle.
I think that like Viper definitely has an advantage here in that like he's getting to respond to this board with like without summoning sickness, right? So oh my god, okay, Amalia pickup. That could be pretty huge here. I don't know how
And
much.
Adira.
Wow. Okay. I want to get that Harf off the board here so I can actually use this Tioli, which oh
Yeah.
wait, hold on. So that is he gonna just try and go? Oh, oh my
Oh,
god.
goes on.
Wait, that didn't
Oh.
really have any that's not gonna do any damage, right? Because,
Yeah, right.
I think that Tioli is great. You can even get Malia down. Also the you could even get the, Eclipsed Fate as well once you answer that Harf. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. I actually think that I think Viper's got this. Um, I could be crazy, but let's see
I'm
how much
distracted
this
by
Malia does.
Hogvax. Hogvax has the 7 mana. I forget what it's called, but it's a really fun noob card, and I'm distracted by it. Uh,
Oh, yeah. That's a
Bionic Tweaker. That's the one that you play, and it summons a random unit from the opponent's deck. Uh, I think he got that off of a Venerated Raider. I don't even know where that came from. Yeah, a Venerated Raider off of Neve. What a matchup this is. Viper plays the Malia, and it does not
Oh,
do much.
not do enough. That was not what you wanted to see.
Hmm.
Man, I think it was only like 5 or 6 damage. I wonder, okay, like, oh man, that was it wound up hitting some things that were gonna die, like, to decay anyway, so that was just not the Malia that you wanted. I do wonder
That's
if there was something else to do besides like, he really quickly opted for Adira, but there was a lot of mana with the extra 2 Tiolis, like, I just do wonder if there was something else he coulda done there.
worth
Mm.
mentioning. He ran out of time at the end. He might have literally just got time crunched and slammed Malia because he was running low on time. It feels like that wasn't the best value from Malia for sure. That's an example of why earlier in the game I was thinking if he played the Corrupted Wong would have helped him set up more Malia.
Yeah.
Granted, that's
Mhm.
a long time ago. It's been a complicated match, but that would have been one option.
Yep.
And Viper just lets it go. That's it.
Yeah. No, it makes
GG.
I think yeah, I think wow. Nicely done, Hogvax. I'm surprised there. It almost looked like that turn he could have like really made some trades or gotten there with the damage, but man, at the Malia did not do him any favors. Plus the heal from that earthen unit, like the retaliation heal yourself whenever it was taking damage, like he was just getting out of range, so yeah, wow,
Literally
Viper's
looking at
out.
chat right now. Apologies for talking over you there. And I'm just looking at Lambie and some of the other like super sweats in the chat. I'm just like seeing them react to turns. Like, okay, what do I need to learn for next time? Like Lambie says that taking Wong on turn 3 with scheming was actually correct, making I think it was Hogvax then have to get it back or vice versa. That's a match to review and study in depth for sure. But Excel, please take it away, sir.
Yeah, man. Like that was amazing win for Hogmax, dude. Like Neve versus Neve Mirror at the last part. Like I was thinking, guys, like does it actually like debunk our kind of mindset that the first Neve is gonna be winning, or like what do you think? What do you think, guys? Let's start with Ali.
Think I would be really interested to see the stats. And of course, like one of my things in card games is I hate when people use the word always, you know, like there is always going to, well, okay, I was like, there's always going to be variance, right?
Yes.
Every once in a while, there's something that you do a lot of the time. But anyway, with the Neve, I think a lot of the time, the person who Neves first is going to be in the better position. However, doesn't mean that that's true in every single case. And I think it was just the fact that Viper, like, his Neve wasn't as juiced. Like, I think Hogvax had like 15 cards in the waist or so, and Viper only had 9. So if it had just been a little stronger, like, I think there was 10 damage on the board, and Hogvax was maybe at like 15 or something.
Yeah.
So it was just barely there, but not quite good enough.
Yeah. How about you, Killflux? This is like give you a sense. I know you're not a Neve player. Yeah. Granted that.
I will be after that.
I will
I'm going to
be,
spend all week playing Neve mirrors, like a Diesel, Gas, anyone else, you know, Paragon's crew, hit me up. We got to practice Neve mirrors all week. That was fascinating.
Yeah, very fascinating. But yeah, what do you think about that kind of matchup, right? It's like pumping up a lot of spells or a lot of effects just to make your Neve bigger, and just praying to RNG that you're gonna get something good out of on the way. What do you think about that match?
It's fun because it's just like this big, it's like a standoff. Like, it's just like two armies standing, facing each other, just tension, just like who's gonna strike first, what's it gonna be, and then it just blows up right at the end. And it's like, it almost feels like Marvel Snap or something, where it's like set up, okay, who has more points at the end? It's like, it's very setting up for the end state. It's just I can really see why pro players enjoy that matchup so much, because it's not intuitive. You have to really think it through, practice it, study spots. There's just so much to think about. Really fun match.
Yeah, really fun match indeed. Like, we were seeing different takes on different decks from Hogvax and Viper, and like the cam, like the player cam. I really love seeing their reactions, seeing their, like, you know, their little nuances that we see with the players that we don't usually see when we play on ladder. So it's really nice to have those player cams from Hogvax and Viper. And with that, we're gonna be having a short breakdown, or rather a recap of what happened in the bracket. Let's look at the matches. And again, Hogvax has had a good run from the first round against Lambi Series, against Ben as well, and now beating one of the major, or rather one of the champions from the previous majors, Viper, and now he is closer to having his very own championship spot. Maybe if he does get to beat who is going to be winning in the matchup between DualNote and BlizzconJan, which is going to be coming up next in our next matchup. And with that, guys, we are going to be taking a short break, and when we come back, we're going to be having more action, as we are going to be having the second semifinal match for the Parallel Minor 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few.
Wow. Zelly winning game 1. Is that lethal?
Is that lethal? Yarla is your first Parallel Prime champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh! Is that lethal?
Is that lethal?
Agent activated.
It's really game on now.
Yarla is your first Parallel Prime champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Parallel TCG, now on mobile. Download and play today.
Wow, like they are building this world and I want to be part of it. Like I want to be playing it.
Make sure you go check out Yumio because they got some awesome stuff coming on.
Got a PSA 10 charge. I didn't realize it was gonna be from the new set. That's freaking awesome.
It gets another Adira. Adira into
Oh
Adira
my
again.
God. Are you kidding me?
Gmon's running it back with the double Adira.
Planetfall lit the fuse. Aftermath scorched the surface. The armistice ended open war but ushered in an age of shadows. In Deception, victory belongs to the unseen. Welcome to Parallel's Deception Mechanic Spotlight. We wanted this expansion to feel like a tense spy novel, an ever-shifting landscape of power, information, and intrigue. As such, our two headline mechanics in the set are Stealth and Withdraw.
Today, we are going to shine a light on these two mechanics you'll be introduced to. Make sure to keep your eyes peeled, because you don't know who's friend or who's foe.
Our first mechanic we'll be showcasing is Stealth. Stealth is a keyword that appears on units. Units with Stealth enter the field stealthed. When a unit is stealthed, it can't be targeted or attacked by the enemy. When a unit attacks, it is no longer stealthed.
Stealth is an exciting new mechanic that should let you set up more devastating plays without giving your opponent the chance to disrupt them. You'll see Stealth on cards like Skilled Infiltrator. Let's take a look. Skilled Infiltrator is an Augencore 1-cost unit with 1 attack, 1 health, and has Stealth.
Stealth in Parallel is unique in that you can still interact with your own stealthed units. You can target them with your own effects, or attach upgrades to them without fear of your opponent immediately removing.
We really wanted to showcase this mechanic to symbolize this Cold War era in Parallel's lore, where all sides are participating in an arms race without open hostility. We're very excited to see what kind of combos players piece together using stealth units.
Moving on, the next mechanic we'll be showcasing is Withdraw. Withdraw is a keyword that appears on all card types. Withdraw will appear as Withdraw N, where N is the withdraw cost. A card with Withdraw can be played from the bank for its withdraw cost.
To better understand the mechanic, let's take a look at some cards in Deception with Withdraw. Covert Prowler is an Augencore 3-cost unit with 3 attack, 3 health, battle ready, and withdraw 5. The card works just like any other unit when played from the hand, but if it's in your bank and you have 5 energy, you can play it straight from there as if it were in your hand.
Withdraw won't just be on units though, it will also be on other card types. For example, if you have a unit in play that could use an extra +3/+3, you now have Faceless Pulverizer. Faceless Pulverizer is an Augencore 3-cost upgrade that also has Withdraw 5. Just like Covert Prowler, Faceless Pulverizer can be played directly from the bank for 5 energy and attached to a unit.
Withdraw is cool because it always feels good to bank cards you can still use later. It lets us get more niche defensive abilities on cards and into games where they would otherwise be easy to overlook. Withdraw was a good fit for Deception because it really embodies each parallel having secrets the others wouldn't be expecting to come up against, as well as the feeling of calling up the reserve forces to mobilize for the conflict to come. We hope the same happens in-game with players saving their Withdraw cards for key moments in the game to surprise and take victory over their opponents.
That's it for Stealth and Withdraw, and our first mechanical preview. Stay tuned for more Deception. Rally your forces, but keep them hidden with Stealth and Withdraw coming in Parallel Deception.
Oh! Is that lethal?
Is that lethal?
Agent activated.
It's really game on now.
Yarla is your first Parallel Prime champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Parallel TCG, now on mobile. Download and play today.
Wow, like they are building this world and I want to be part of it. Like I want to be playing it.
Make sure you go check out Yumio because they got some awesome stuff coming on.
Got a PSA 10 charge. I didn't realize it was gonna be from the new set. That's freaking awesome.
Gets another Adira. Adira into Adira again.
God. Are you kidding me?
Gmon's running it back with the double Adira.
And we are back for the Parallel League Prime Minor 3, and we're going to be having the next semifinals match. But before we do that, we'd just like to remind you that the high stakes tournament is going to be happening soon. So if you are going to be playing there, good luck and keep us in the background. Don't forget to listen to the beautiful voices of Ali and Q-Flux while they're casting. They're gonna be painting a picture of what's happening, and you're gonna be enjoying it. Like, you know, it's gonna be like oh, yeah, we can do that. Like is it lethal? Like from
No,
the VOD of
You're beautiful.
of Ali.
You're beautiful. You're a beautiful voice, not me. It's you.
No, dude, guys. Like whatever what you guys are saying, like painting a picture and saying what's happening and like what is gonna be happening, like that is like a peak parallel for me. Like and like talking about peak parallel as well. You know, this moment is gonna be peak when you're gonna be coming into the stream when the finals is gonna be happening. We're gonna be revealing a deception card, and it's gonna be big. Like that's a spoiler right there. It's gonna be big. Yeah. Like, what do you think, guys? Like, we're gonna be. What's your take on like a kind of a short spoiler on what we're gonna be revealing?
They're not ready.
They're not ready.
It's pretty cool. I don't know how to talk about it without giving too much away, but big is a good hint for sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
And
big,
It's a card for Timmys like me. Say that.
yes, that's right. Yeah.
synchronistic stats. We'll say that.
Oh, and
actually-
also it's a kind of a ominous take on the parallel lore.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I'm actually really excited now that I'm looking at this card. Like I was just kind of doing the talking. Now I'm looking at it like, oh, okay, you guys actually aren't ready. This is a very exciting card. I can't wait to talk about this. I'm actually super excited. I'm running that in Ishio all day.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. Wait, I'm not talking anymore about this,
Okay.
like because like it's we're just too much of a revealing nature to us casters right here. But of course,
Give us the decks before we start saying too much. Quick.
yeah, the next matchup is gonna be interesting. It's gonna be DualNote versus BlizzconJan. DualNote, as we said a while ago, has had a lot of experience over at the tournament scene, even appearing in the top 16 at Worlds. And BlizzconJan as well has had a lot of tournament experience as well, but not as both players have not had a championship win as of yet. And this might be their first one because like out of the four, Viper has been the only one that has had a championship win, and the other three have not had one yet. So this is their chance, and over at the final seat is going to be Hogvax waiting for them. And with that, we're going to be starting with the first deck to reveal or to review for our matchup.
All right.
All right, I'll take it. So DualNote with the Neve. We got a Power Instructor, which is interesting. You see it now and then, but not too often. Also a Dark Dealings, letting you get a card back from the waste. Another interesting one, maybe multiple Malias or stuff like that when it gets sent to the waste. But for the most part, it's a fairly standard Neve. We got the Singularity Stewards, lots of Banish, the Void Trappers, Shard for some ramping of the energy, a Void Keeper, 1/6, banish anything it hits, and you draw a card when you put a card in the Singularity. So that one, very, the player, oh god, Perfy, that's your name. Perfy is a big fan of Void Keeper. Shout outs to Perfy. He was talking about that card, and he was right. It's very strong. So, you know, a somewhat typical Neve, but actually quite a few fun tech options. Should be fun to see this one.
Really fun. Dark Dealings into getting more copies of what you need for that specific moment. That's actually a good deck. And Void Keeper as well. So let's look at the next deck of DualNote. And this next deck is going to be a Nehemiah deck. And how does it compare to the previous one we've seen, Ali?
Yeah, there's nothing really out of the ordinary here in this Nehemiah deck. I mean, it's got all of the tools that we're used to seeing. Of course, that controversial 2-cost helm added in there. And there are 3 copies of Relic Repurposing. I don't know if that's always a 3 of, but it's just such a good answer to some pesky relics in the meta. And so, yeah, I mean, to be honest, there's not too much to say about this one. It is looking like very, very standard list of what we're used to seeing from these Nehemiahs.
Yeah, this is going to be like a kind of a standard deck that we're going to be seeing. And we're going to be seeing much more of this in the coming, or rather, if in the coming parallel TCP competitive scene. So let's look at the next deck.
Actually, real quick, I do want to say there's only one copy of Moonlit Star of Alicia. That might be a little unusual. And
Oh, wow.
so just
Yeah.
just caught that. Yeah, I don't know what has been in replace there, but I think would say that that's quite unusual. But let's move on to the Scipius. Take it away, Flux.
So dual note with the Skippy. I am scanning over it with my eyes. It's a standard Skippy, so that's it. Next deck, please.
There is an Akara Rebel General though. Is that
Okay, I missed Akara.
Ooh,
okay? I'm like, wait,
Akara's
oh, that's kind of unusual.
Akara's cool in Skippy. Yeah, it's really cool because you can play Akara, then cast Skippy, get it again, and Skippy goes super wide. So, okay, I was trying to be kind of cheeky and just go next, but yeah, you're right. Akara, definitely interesting. Double Drusian Exorator, got that genetic correction again. But yeah, still, I'm still going back to what I said. Next.
yeah, but I love the convergent mass, man. Like I can get like a big and of course Akara, another ping if you, and also you can bring it back in with Triumph of Europa, right? Is that right? Like it's 5 total mana, 5 total energy.
Yeah, you could bring in,
yeah.
you can get Mass or Akara. A lot of interesting, you can even get Cyrene from Triumph. So a lot of interesting stuff there that can happen.
That's gonna be amazing, man. Let's look at the next deck of DualNote. Or wait, we just a short recap, guys. We are not gonna be reviewing the other deck that he brought because it was banned. So these 3 decks are the only ones that we are gonna be seeing, and I think we're gonna be looking at the next deck. It's gonna be coming from BlizzconJan, and the first one is gonna be Kathy. And I've heard Ali talk about this a while ago. How is this faring for BlizzconJan?
Going to be similar to what we saw from Viper in the last match here. It's going to be the effect heavy list with the fleet supports, the orbital strikes, the crack shots, logistics mastery. This is the burn plan. And so yeah, it's got its advantages over the unit Kathy list. But we saw Viper lose the last one, so it'll be interesting to see if this can carry BlizzconJan to victory.
Yeah, standard effect Kathy or burn Kathy that we've seen time and time again, really consistent. But let's see how BlizzconJan plays this. Let's look at the next deck.
All right, let's see what we got here.
Oh,
Oh, you gave me
Skippy.
Skippy again. What are you doing? All right.
Do it, man.
So interesting. I got this though. So he's got the Master Poisoner in this one. Master Poisoner nerfed in the shotgun patch. Used to give everything lethal. Now it only has itself has lethal, and it can give one other unit lethal for that turn, if I'm not mistaken. So a big nerf. But with Skippy being so wide, Jan is using Poisoner as a hard removal, get through a Nehemiah, a Terramech, a big Singularity Steward, a variety of things, any kind of shielded defender type of thing. Aside from that, the 2 Saboteurs for some relic removal, 3 Convergent Recruiters, and we do see 1 Convergent Aegis, 2/3 Convergent 2-drop that can give other units shielded. Okay, pretty much aside from those things, it's a standard Skippy though, so not too much else to say.
Yeah, but it's kind of I have a kind of a sense that it's more of a protective Skippy and like kind of reactive. But yeah, it looks different from the one that DualNote is carrying. But let's see how well it fares. Let's look at the next deck right now, and it's gonna be a Neve. Okay, this this looks standard, but let's listen to Ali if she spots anything.
Yeah, so one thing to note is this one does have a stabilized shard, where I think in the last match, both of them opted without the shard, which honestly is kind of surprising to me. I feel like shard is still amazing, especially when you're playing something like Neve, where you want to get your Neve cast as soon as possible a lot of the time. Only 2 copies of Void Trapper. Everything else looks pretty similar, and let's see, 2 copies of collateral damage, so definitely prioritizing that relic destruction. But yeah, again, Neve lists are so tight. It's just like little changes here and there of what you want to squeeze in. But yeah, this is looking pretty good, and I'm personally happy to see that shard in there.
Yep, definitely love a shard already being played again here in the Neve deck. But yeah, this is gonna be the last deck that we're gonna be reviewing, and we're gonna be seeing the bans that they have had for the matchup. But looking at it, the decks that they have seen, we have seen, we're gonna be possibly seeing a Scipius matchup or mirror match between these two. But Another question for you guys. First deck to play. Which one do you think will be the best one for each one? Let's start with Ali.
Oh, gosh. I suppose if I might want to hold back my Nehemiah is to try and cue it into the Marco. Maybe I'd start Scipius. Like both players start Scippy. That
I'm
might
calling
be my
it
guess here.
Shroud Mirror again. I don't know why I just talked over you there, but like Shroud Mirror, I'm too excited. Shroud Mirror again. I'm calling it.
Oh
Let's
man.
just start
Okay.
out with a bang. There you
So
go.
Skippy for Ali, Shroud Mirror for Q-Flux right here. But let's look at the bans, and it's gonna be the Kathy deck for DualNote and the Earthen deck for BlizzconJan. Now this, it's kind of a good and refreshing note that we are now seeing different bans from our players. Like it used to be all Skippy, all Kathy. Now we are seeing Kathy or Markolians and Earth Index being banned. And I like it. I like it. The shotgun patch made this happen. So
Yeah,
shout out to
Shotgun
the
patch has
shout
changed
out to the game
everything.
design team right there, man. Yeah, what do you think about this kind of bans, guys? Let's start with Qflux.
My thought about the bans has been eradicated by my excitement for the card we're revealing later. I'm just looking at chat as they ask for leaks, and I'm just like, you guys don't even know. So that's where my head's at. But I'm excited to see an Earthen versus Neve matchup. We haven't seen this all day yet, and I'm very curious to see how it plays out, actually.
Right, and that's right. We're going to be seeing the semifinals match 2, DualNote versus BlizzconJan. It's going to be a Nehemiah versus Neve matchup. This is going to be exciting, and let's listen to our casters, Ali and Qflux. Take it away.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a pretty exciting one right out the bat here. I love watching this because, you said it earlier, but there was a shift where, like, at one point in time, it was like, Shroud's going to take down Earthen. But then I would argue that, like, it really did kind of skew, kind of favored to Earthen. And so, it's not like an easy, this is definitely going to happen, right? So we get some back and forth in these types of games. So I'm hyped.
Can we immediately just talk about how awesome this 1/1 embedded agent
Yes.
prime variant is? Like,
So
sheesh.
cool.
I'm salty because I opened the Earthen prime variant that doesn't get played, Terra's Fury or whatever, and I'm just like, I wish I got this one, but that's obviously first world problems, as they say. So, DualNote gets the Steward, and is that a helm on there right away, or
It
what's
is.
that?
Yep, it's
Wow.
happening. Whew.
So
Dual
a lot of
note,
talk
like
about
cooking.
Helm. A lot of talk about Helm, and now we're going to see it in action against this Neve. What's tricky for Neve is that Neve's good at shutting down wide boards, but Nehemiah likes to go tall. And the good thing for Jan is that I don't think DualNote's running much shielded, right? Like no armored support vehicle, not a heavy shield list.
Did
Embedded
you see
agent,
that slow-mo attack there? Or you might
I
have been
missed it.
looking away, but I've never seen it must have lagged, but it looked like a slow motion attack between the units. I hope chat caught that. That was really cool. Yes, you're absolutely right. And I mean, dual note, just the fact that he was able to get that like initial, now he's on 4, I would absolutely, it looks like he's debating it, but I would tempo this out for a 4 drop. Maybe he's debating on which one he wants to go for.
Yeah,
Like a 3 or a 4.
That could be what considering a 3 or 4 keeps some cards concealed. He's got 2 embedded agents to deal with, and he's got 1 no snitching. So he knows that something is going to be able to get removed. That's a really nice 4 drop, except for Jan already having the answer on the board. I'm assuming DualNote wants to silence one of these things and keep one of his 2 units on the board, but he's got a lot of energy, just not a lot of cards. So he's definitely trying to play to the odds and make sure that he has the most possible draws that'll favor him. Whereas BlizzconJan needs to stop DualNote from snowballing this board value. Coin draw, not great for DualNote because he needs stuff to bank. BlizzconJan, I should just call him Jan, getting the no snitching. And so honestly, no one is like running away with it in the early game. DualNote's at a risk of just running out of cards is the big thing I'm seeing here.
Definitely. I mean, there are more options now, like researcher, and like there's definitely a chance for him to get back on the cards here. But yeah, if he's just playing one off the top, I mean that's how it used to be, like the Shroud versus Earthen. Like if you are just playing one threat after one threat, then Shroud is able to just like Erasure or Eclipse Fade or whatever. But it was really the more consistent card draw that allowed them to like flood the board a little bit more that I think gave them a leg up. But he needs
It's
to find that card
surprising.
draw.
It's surprising to see that Jan didn't play scheming last turn with dual note down to 2 cards. We'll see if he wants to do it here. It feels like with dual note down so low on cards, scheming just seems so strong. But no, he's eclipsed Fate on the Terra Glider, getting rid of all of them from the deck. He really does not want to deal with that. One of Earthen's best tools against Shroud from Aftermath. I'm really surprised Jan is holding back these treacherous schemings. What do you think about that? And also, dual note drawing Cyrene. You might have to focus on that for a minute. Cyrene, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think he wants to get them off. It's just like he's just felt like something else took priority. I mean, that Eclipse Fate on the Terra Gliders, I get it. I mean, there is no conceal yet, so maybe he could have held back, but no, I think I mean, he was put himself in a great position there, being able to take the Nehemiah out, and yeah, it was good. But yes, this Cyrene should cause some problems, I think, for Jan here.
Dual note just. I almost thought he was banking the Terra Mech. It seems like he didn't do it yet. Is he considering banking Terra Mech? That sounds wild to me. He's got a tough bank decision, though. Altar of Gaia unlocks all of his synergies, but Cyrene and Terra Mech are 2 of the best units in the deck. He's got a really challenging bank. Jan looks like he's chilling, to be honest. Like, he's got a lot of cards, a lot of answers. Jan probably feels good because Earthen with an empty board and less cards isn't where it wants to be here. Shroud is definitely in a controlling position. And he does bank Terra Mech. That is a tough bank right there. Shielded Terra Mech can be pretty good against Shroud, but he's getting rid of it.
I to
Cyrene.
use it on the like the Tioli, like to get the altar developed. I do like I like it, but was it necessary? Like this turn, you know what I mean? Like if you use that Tioli, you're taking away your options for another time. You didn't. I guess he just wants to get those counters going, right? So like every counter counts. Haha.
This
So
is.
maybe that's
Oh
what
no,
he's
I'm leaving.
thinking.
That's it, Ali. This is my last commentary.
Too
No,
bad.
this is really bad for dual note now. Scheming takes away his only card, which means dual note is going to draw a card and have to bank it immediately. Otherwise, he's not banking, which just puts dual note so far behind on value. And with only Cyrene on the board, it is Jan's game to win. Jan in the driver's seat. Apparently, saving those treacherous schemings was just fine. He was able to find the perfect spot to play it later. Jan is in a very good position all of a sudden.
Is there anything worse than like empty hand late game, just like top decking a Steward of the Garden? Feels so bad. But
Yeah.
also, I do want to give credit to DualNote getting developed the Altar of Gaia because of the scheming, right? So like it wasn't just getting the counters. He's like, I don't want this to get sniped because it is so important for my later game cards. And so getting it out meant that it could not get scheming.
And at least he has a hope of drawing Terra and then using Altar of Gaia, and that would give him a big burst. That's a tempo spike, because that's what Dual Note needs. And instead, he draws another Steward of the Garden. He was listening. The game was listening to you, Ali.
I'm so sorry, Dual Note. I've cursed you. That is terrible. And another allocated provisions. Are you kidding me? This is when you just have to like throw your fist up at the RNG gods. Like, why? Why would you do this to me?
This is what tilt rituals are all about. Lambie mentioned it. I talk about it in my mental game guide. This is where you need a 2-minute thing where you go like break some glass or do some jumping jacks or yell at a pillow or meditate for 2 minutes, like whatever that thing is, because like it's not reasonable to not be upset. I'm actually amazed at how calm Dual Note looks. It's actually, is it just me or is he like Buddha? He's like the Buddha level of calm. Like he is not even tilting at all. His face is so calm. I don't know how he's staying that relaxed. Actually,
Maybe
incredible.
it's like a threshold. Like it's so bad that you have to laugh. Like you can't even be like tilted because it just is so bad. But it's like when that you believe in the out and you don't quite get there, and where it's like a little bit more of the in between. Maybe that tilts you more. But this was just so atrocious that you have to laugh.
Maybe he's like, okay, I'm giving Jan a false sense of security. he has no idea what's about to come. He's playing right into my plans. That's I want to believe. Kind of far-fetched, but I'm choosing. That's my headcanon. Another Altar of Gaia. DualNote has no agency, no options, nothing. Just not a single option. He's looking at his menu of plays, and the menu is blank. There's nothing there. I don't know what to even say except the man just has zero. I've never seen less things that someone can do and turn
Poor
7.
guy. Yeah, I mean, let's see. 2 cunning diplomats. There's 3 rummaging researchers in this list. There's a Wong. I mean, those are options for card draw, and he did. I mean, he eventually found that one rummaging researcher, but too little, too late. Jan is in already such a commanding position that, I mean, I guess the out would be like the Terra top deck, right? And summoning some absolutely crazy minions, but I do not think that is going to be enough at this point.
I would love to see it just like Terra into Tane into another Terra, just like some kind of unholy. Actually, Terra can't summon herself anymore, can she? They changed that. But like into Tane, into Terra Mech. But that's looking like a fantasy. We've reached the point of no longer plausibly being able to say that DualNote has a chance. It looks like Jan is about to win this in the next minute or two as he is able to scheme DualNote's only card again. I am expecting a concede at the start of DualNote's next turn, unless he draws exactly Terra, maybe.
Jan just going for the disruption. He's like, I'm not. He knew that there was no unit in the hand because after that Void Trapper attack phase, but he still decided to go for the scheming just to remove any options for him. Oh my god! And you get a second Adira hit too. Good lord.
Wild. The 5/5 Adira. This is where you can, the
so brutal.
that repurposing. This is where the best players are thinking, okay, how do I remove my opponent's outs? Like, what's the crazy 1 in a million draw that saves them, and how do I shut that down? And at Jan's level, I 100% know that that's what he's thinking. He's thinking, okay, I'm so far ahead. How do I get even further ahead? And that's how all these players think. I literally, there you go. Concede from DualNote, and just absolutely Jan taking down that first game.
I've been there. Card games, man, like they betray you sometimes. Like his face, DualNote's face was just like I said, it was almost like he was just laughing. Like he just didn't get to play the game, Yeah, that was rough. Actually, you know what? He did start out with the Steward into the Helm. Well, there you go. There you go, folks. Just because you get Steward and Helm, it doesn't mean that you just can run away with the game. You still need other things to happen in the game other than that little combo in the beginning. So
that is the thing. I mean, I've seen iRacer debating this with people where it's like Helm is not as broken as you think. I get Helm on 2 and it's just not enough all the time. And then the unspoken thing of like, are you right or is it skill issue? But iRacer is like super experienced with Earthen. So if he's saying that, there's got to be some truth to it. It's just that's the question with Helm. Is it OP or is there a consistency factor that makes it more balanced than it looks? Losing to Jan isn't really evidence. Like, Jan is one of the very best players in the game. He can win a tough matchup. But it does go to show that Neve ramp opening is not insurmountable for sure. Never say always, like you said earlier.
That game really came down to the 2 embedded agents. Like, I think they were able to answer that Nehemiah's defender, or like he had DualNote had such a good start, but Jan had the answers. So it's not enough to take the entire game. But yes, I still stand by Helm at 2 being incredibly good. So
very, very good at a minimum. Let's see. What matchup do we think? What do you think we're going to see next?
Let's see. DualNote. I just wonder the type of player that they are. Like, if you just run it back, like you just play the same deck, which it does seem like DualNote is opting for. Which is going to work out fairly well, hopefully, because it's going into Kathy, which it should be favored. But again, I'm not entirely convinced that these like effect-heavy Cathys can't pull out the wins against Nehemiah as long as they don't have an insane start with the Helm and, the Nehemiah, like, really quickly having a huge board.
I'm going to take the other side on this. I think DualNote is playing Jan like a fiddle, Now Jan's overconfident and he's going into the bad matchup, Kathy versus Earthen. Duel's ready to sweep this one down, get a quick win, and then start making Jan sweat just after he started feeling cozy. I think DualNote is absolutely masterminding this. That's my headcanon right now. Jan with a bunch of ones, 5 1-drops in hand. DualNote with the Steward of the Garden, Caretaker, and then potentially Nehemiah on 3. So Jan, look at the face, Jan. He's just like, how is this guy drawing Steward on 1 again? Does he have a helm in hand already? Jan definitely looking a little tilted by that.
Like, he had a pretty insane game last time. So if the Stewie on turn 1 is tilting you, I think he's got to recoup here or recenter, because he was in a really good spot. But it is understandable to get frustrated by the Nehemiahs always having that turn 1 Steward of the Garden. So I don't blame him.
The classic. They always have it, you'll never have it, how it always feels. But sure enough, Pacifist coming down on turn 2. Jan with 2 crack shots in hand. Not really what he wants to see at the start of the game. He's playing very quickly. He doesn't need really to spend too much time thinking about this. Double Gunslinger and then clear out the Steward, making sure that DualNote can't play Nehemiah right on 3. And DualNote does have a coin. If he didn't have that, he'd maybe be in a tough spot. But as it is, he can coin out Nehemiah, unless he'd rather play that Altar of the Gaia. I'm guessing this is a pretty easy coin Nehemiah, probably banking the Formidable. It looks like that's what he's going to do. Yeah. No, he goes Altar. I'm wrong. Okay. Going for the Altar, and then maybe next turn straight into Wong. I mean, that way he won't be out of cards, and he'll be able to kind of reestablish his hand. After the last game, he really does not want to run that back, top decking into Stewards on turn 5 from an empty hand. So he's just completely set up. Jan picking up a Red Sand Scout. Jan's got a lot of options, but mostly just units. Let's see what the Machinist draws. Is it always going to be Sand Scout? Yeah.
Say, like, this Orbital Strike, every other card in Jan's hand has been 1 cost. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen that many 1 costs in an opener like that.
Yeah, it's
but
an order from cheapest to most expensive, apparently.
yeah, apparently. No, I mean, that Spores Bank is a little sad, because you would love to see that against this pretty wide, low statted board. But, that, I mean, it's Ooh, and there's the Logistics Mastery pickup too. I think this could be anyone's game right now. I mean, this Wong coming out with the Tioli definitely could be an issue. It's going to be very high statted, and Jan's not going to want to use any burn on it. But as long as there's not like any crazy defenders, I think Jan can just ignore everything that DualNote is doing and just go face, and then hope to just get there with the burn, right?
Yeah, it looks like it. DualNote, in contrast, is trying to get big stats and then probably use Nehemiah to get Defender started. Since Nehemiah can't get no snitched, the Defender won't get silenced. He can pass it on to someone else. He knows that there isn't as much Master Poisoner and stuff in the meta, but we know that Jan is running. Or no, the Master Poisoner is in the Skippy list. So yeah, there's no Poisoner. There's not much hard removal. So if he can just get those big Defenders down, plus the Altar of Gaia. Meanwhile, Jan, just like you said, trying to get really wide and just push that damage through. Thing is, DualNote already has Altar of Gaia down and allocated provisions. So after this Wong, as long as Wong gives him something good, let's see what he gets. If he gets at least 2, maybe 3 cards, like this is a really important Wong. He only gets 1. Oh no.
I gotta be completely honest with you. I think that going for Wong this turn might have been a mistake, because you'd have the Defender, like all of this damage is going to be able to hit face now, right? Where if you had gotten the Nehemiah down, you would be getting through 2 Defenders. I think him only getting 1 card from the Wong was punishment potentially for not going Nehemiah. I'm just gonna say it. So.
Took a risk and got punished by the Cosmos there. That makes a lot of sense for sure. I mean, the worst thing here. Oh, no. Okay. He has already banked, so he doesn't have to bank Cyrene. That's good then. Yeah, Jan just has a lot of options, but DualNote, I mean, he's got strong cards on the board. strong card in his hand, easy bank next turn with the aloe, 26 health. But this is just that one turn, just like you're pointing out, where Jan is able to really get a lot of face damage. And this is going to get Jan much closer to lethal, considering he's got fleet support and logistics mastery. Also worth mentioning, they're both native language variants, so super shiny on some of those key relics there. But yeah, Jan with the orbital strike in hand, the relics to set it up, even a crack shot. The question here is he just bank that crack shot and leave everything else? I'm assuming so.
I
But
think
yeah,
the
definitely.
decision, like right now, is that he's either thinking I get the fleet support developed, but if I walk into a relic repurposing, I definitely would rather get Kathy down or something like that. I mean, like I would bet that that's probably the two trees of thought here. I mean, also I guess he could be considering throwing some damage into these units, like if he wanted to use the orbital strike, but like with the logistics mastery, the crack shot, all the burn, like I would want to be getting that fleet support down. It's just like really sucks if it walks into relic disruption or
You're
destruction,
actually
right?
super right because Jan knows that DualNote played Wong and only drew one. He is banking fleet support, which surprises me now because you just convinced me. Considering Jan knows Wong only drew one, therefore it was a unit, right? It's
Mhm.
it's impossible that he has five. I guess it could have been five effects and then he only took relic repurposing, but that's super unlikely, right? And so with that knowledge, you'd think Jan would feel safe to slam down fleet support. However, he actually banked it, which is pretty surprising. And dual note, again, drawing Steward of the Garden in the mid game. Those stewards are just, he gets it on turn one, but then like the Twilight Zone curse is that he also gets it when he doesn't need it, which is right in this mid game still. Cyrene is amazing on this board. It's going to juice up the Altar of Gaia. It's going to clear out multiple units. And it feels like with 19 health and Altar of Gaia on the board, he does have some room to maneuver. He really wants to find those relic repurposings. Like, really wants to find it.
I mean, it's so hard when we're seeing both hands, right? Like, I really liked keeping that fleet support with the rest of the hand, but of course he had to bank something, right? Like, you can't bank the Kathy. So, like, I guess he would have had to bank the crack shot or something,
Crack
but
shot.
yeah.
I thought that would have been it, but yeah, Jan really just keeping the burn effects as his primary priority, not as concerned with holding on to the relics, which is a little different from how a lot of people would see it, but that's what he's trying to do, it looks like. Dual Note still insanely low on cards, but his relics, he's like the opposite of Jan, getting all of his value from the relics, whereas Jan is kind of just neglecting his relics, focusing on the units and the effects. Still anyone's game. Dual Note with 21 health and just that Altar of Gaia making this so interesting. He draws no snitching, though. How is he only drawing zeros and ones? Like, he needs to draw some other stuff.
Feel so bad for dual note on these draws. Both games have just been like, oh, not the best. I mean, this is better than last time, but my
Much
goodness.
better, at least. At least the stuff on the board gives him a lot of hope. Jan drawing a no snitch as well, so at least Jan is also low on options. The orbital strike, it's only 7 damage at logistics, which seems like a lot. But if Dual Note can just prioritize healing his face with his relic and get a ton of value off of Cyrene. Also, here comes the draws. Researcher going to synergize with Pacifist's activation that reveals more cards. Allocated provisions getting involved. You can see Jan making a face there, kind of cringing when the researcher comes down because now his hope of Dual Note staying low on cards is pretty much over. Honestly, I'm starting to think Dual Note has enough defense. It's going to be tough for Jan to force this lethal damage through before Dual Note stabilizes. This is going to get very interesting. The clock is ticking.
I think it if Jan does lose this, I do think it might come down to the Kathy over the fleet support choice. Like he could have pushed a lot with that.
It feels like that's it because fleet support would have set up. Then you play logistics plus crack shot next turn. He knew that Dual Note had wonged for one card. So it really does feel like banking that fleet support was just not the correct option there, considering. I think if you take the Wong out of the equation, then maybe you bank fleet support because you're not sure about relic repurposing if Dual Note has more cards in his hand. But when you see Dual Note play Wong from an empty hand and draw one, I think it's at that point you just kind of have to risk the fleet support considering you're in a matchup where the longer the game goes, the less likely you are to win. So taking that risk seems very, very worth it. But he
Precisely. And
didn't.
also with the 6/6 on the board, like it didn't feel great to let Kathy. I mean, if second best option was it trades with the Wong, which she did, but it would have felt really bad if it just hit into the caretaker too. So yeah, it was tricky. But I think that might be really significant here.
It might have felt bad, but this feels worse. Jan experiencing the most pain he's ever experienced in his young life looking at this board, and it's just not clear how he can come back. What draw does he need? That's not it. He's got all the burn, but it's just not quite enough. It's 12 damage to face here, which does take DualNote down to 4, but does he really want to do that and then pass? DualNote can heal back to 6 off of the relic. He has to.
So I think you got to use your mana or use your energy. Excuse me, chat. Use your energy.
Got him. One positive dude turning negative in real time. Love you, OPD. Yeah, he's got to try, but this is pure top decks for Jan now, and doesn't feel like he's likely to get there. But maybe he just draws 2 burn spells and then wins and just says, "Haha, burn. Red deck wins next game." It's possible.
Would say
thinking.
it could be probable at this point. I don't know. There's a lot of burn in that list. Let's see.
I think he's holding crack shot possibly in case he draws another fleet support. Is that, or is it? That's what's going on, right? Yeah, he's holding on to it. He has lethal in hand right now. 12 damage in hand. Is that it? That's it. That's actually it. Unless this researcher draws something, that's just it.
Even with the one more trigger on the Altar of Gaia, that would still not. I think there's 3 counters there. That would still not be.
It would need 5 counters. Yeah, it needs 2 more counters to get a double heal to get to 13. That would keep him at 1 health. Unless he can self ping a unit. Can Cyrene ping a friendly unit? Because if so, that gets you halfway there. But I don't know where the other damage would come from. Oh man, that's tough to see that orbital just right off the top. Jan standing up. He doesn't even want to look. I know that feeling. Just like, show me the end state. Don't show me all the steps on the way. Well, that's a lot of draw, at least. DualNote looking for it. Oh, man, it's that, like, pictures taken moments before disaster. Altar of Gaia. Wait, is that enough, though? That's enough.
That's enough.
That's enough. He can be alive by 1 if Jan doesn't draw more burn. That's enough. As long as he goes for it.
Yeah, like, will he know to go for it, though? That's the thing. I mean,
that's the thing. Because he has to assume.
So, with the logistics mastery on the board.
The thing is, all it would take would be a crack shot plus the fleet support. That would also get Jan there. There's a lot of ways he can get there with 2 cards. So I'm pretty sure DualNote's going to go for the full face heal. But it's so easy for me to say that when I can just see it all clearly, and he has to be playing the mind games.
Here's the thing. At this point, you're not the only thing I think you are wanting with those Altar of Gaias is actually health points. Like, you don't need a Terra to win this game. Like, you look at your board, he just needs to smack face and he'll get there. He just needs to stay out of range. So if DualNote knows what's good for him, he will most definitely use all of the counters to heal, I think.
I'm praying right now for DualNote. Just please, I want you to heal your face with just go to 13.
Oh my
Another
God.
altar.
Another one. Wait, does he have 4?
He has to play both.
That 4 energy.
Yeah, he has to play both. He's playing 1. Please heal your face. Please heal your face. I want to see this match continue. Heal your face. Heal your face. No snitching one of his own researchers. He's just trying to avoid overdrawing. Please. Okay, he's going to make us wait for it. Please. Please.
He would be dead on the counter attack too, right? Because we've got 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. He just needs 2 hits of 15 here. So unless Jan top decks enough damage to kill DualNote this turn,
so happy.
I believe, yeah, DualNote's gonna have it.
Nothing against Jan. I just wanted to see DualNote save himself here, and he did. Oh man. Let's see what Jan draws though.
Can't be another orbital strike, right? There's not enough energy.
Right. Another crack shot would get him there, I suppose. Then it would be exactly 15. And I think there's 1 left in the deck. I think he banked 1 earlier.
Is it only crack shot? It would Gunslinger might do it. See?
Gunslinger. Saboteur is not gonna do it. I don't think so. Jan making faces I don't understand. Does he look happy? He shouldn't be happy. I think that's yeah. So dual note down to 3. Jan banks Saboteur and hopes to draw munitions and have it go face. That'd be the most unfair win of all time. So I don't want to see that. But let's see. Let's see. Last chance. Nope. All right. Dual note comes back in the second game. It's 1-1. We're making sure that my first day of full commentary is a full meal of commentary, as these best of 5s are going to be going deep all over the place. That was a fun one, though. It's really fun to see that Burn versus Earthen, that kind of race against the clock. Can they burn you down before you heal? I enjoy watching those.
And I think, like I said, that version of Kathy has a way better shot because we saw it. He almost got there. It's just the fact that 2 Altar of Gaias came into play, was able to actually get them both developed without, in addition to doing the rest of the turn. And I'm going to stand by our analysis that, like, with the fleet support thing, like, I totally get the rationale of, like, not wanting to invest so much into it when you could have dropped the Kathy, but, you really needed her to go face. I mean, it was 1 out of 3 for it to, like, feel good for your game plan. And with the burn spells, like, the fleet support would have gotten him there. So that was a tough one for him.
Remember when Diesel was first running Altar of Gaias in an aggressive Nehemiah list, and it was the first time I'd seen anyone do it, and I was like, this card is amazing, what the heck? And then there was like months and months of kind of debate, is Altar of Gaia good or not? And now it's become absolutely standard. It's been really fun to watch the meta around that card in particular go from like, maybe it's not worth it, it's too slow, to like, oh, include 3 in almost every Nehemiah deck. It's been a fun journey, and I do want to give a shout out to Diesel, because I think he was the first person I saw who really recognized the value of that card. With that said, we're getting into, is this a Kathy versus Skippy. Okay, this will be interesting. This will be quick.
One more on that note is that we have also seen fluctuations of people like hard running Terra Verdant Mentor, right? Like there was a time period where people weren't putting that in the list. So now that she's like kind of come back as being standard, I feel like Alter definitely makes sense. So yeah, there's been shifts and changes throughout the seasons for sure.
All right, so we got Jan playing a Machinist on turn 1, drawing his Sand Scout. And then dual note banking a Subjugate and playing the Striker. It's an aggro mirror. So we will see how these first few turns play out. Jan insta banking the fleet support, and it's going to be a double Gunslinger to clear the Striker, I believe. Then his his Machinist can just bop into that Shield Pod. And dual note does not have a 2-drop in his hand. If he only can play Striker, this is going to be an immediately bad opening. Let's see what he draws. Nope, not a 2-drop.
Yeah, that does not feel good.
That is a very bad feeling. Skippy, 100% one of those decks that just cannot afford to float mana.
The BM.
There it is, yeah.
It like comes one turn too little too late. Sad.
Yeah, and then Jan just drawing all the aggro, absolutely perfect. But Jan could run out of cards. I mean, Kathy on 4 is going to give him a good turn 4 play, but we're going to need to see Jan like really have some awkward draws, but that's kind of hard with Kathy running a super low cost. Yeah, this is an amazing opening for Jan. We need this is where Deception is going to change some stuff if we see Skippy's running the AoE spells, but for now Cathari has no AoE removals, dual note on 3 with no good options. Subjugate's not good, the 2-drop's not very good here. This is the thing with Skippy. When you get a bad start, you have very little agency in the match. You have very little like choices to make. And definitely feels like a blitz round. Like both players going kind of quick, aggro versus aggro, kind of the opposite of the Neve versus Neve, like insanely thoughtful matches. This is just lightning round. Jan literally just instantly making his play. Actually, like kind of amazing to play that fast in a tournament. Even in a spot like this, it's still just like
he's trying to cast the cards so fast that he's like not hitting them. Like he's having to like hover it a few times because he's going too fast.
Yeah, you know that feeling when you've queued up a few too many games on ladder and you're just like clicking. You're not even like, you can't even aim your mouse on the cards anymore because you're just barely putting effort in. And like it feels like Jan's in that mode, except he's in top 4, which is I guess that's mental game on some level. I'm not sure if it's good or bad.
Yeah, I think he's probably like a little rattled from the last game, so he just wants to get this over with. But no, you're absolutely right with this dual note hand. I mean, it has not been good enough. I mean, of course, there is a triumph in the hand, so like maybe there's can be some recovery here, but this board from Jan is so strong that like it's going to be pretty tough, I think.
Yeah, Magna is the big tempo play, but on turn 4, he'd be forced to float a mana again. Removing 1 unit isn't really going to do much. And then Kathy is just a 5/5. Dual Note needing to try to set up a big triumph. Like, that's the only plausible thing that I'm seeing. I don't know if he wants to go for a cheeky convergent mass buff the deck. I don't think so. Yeah, he's playing Recruiter. And he is not looking happy. You can see definitely his expressions. He's getting a little bit discouraged by this draw. But it's 1-1. So if he loses this, he's not out of it. He's not like total despair. But yeah, dual note, slamming down some units, getting as wide as he can, banking. I think I don't even see what he banked there, but just getting wide and trying to fight back.
It wasn't just like drop the 6/6 convergent mass. Like at least it contests the Kathy, and trading all of the units into it doesn't feel amazing. But yeah, I suppose like this is like juicing a triumph a little bit more with lower cost stuff if he does find some like, standard bearer or something like that on
Yeah, I think that's the
burn.
idea. Standard bearer into a bunch of 1-drops,
Yeah.
or maybe subjugate, and then as opposed to playing the mass, because drawing from the deck isn't really what he's thinking about. He's setting up for triumph, but dual note shaking his head. He knows that this is really bad. Kathy's going to hit him in the face. He's going to be down to 2 health at the end of this turn. I'm guessing we see a concede. I mean, maybe not, but Jan will just win next turn with Orbital, so GG.
Quick one.
Fastest game of the match, for sure.
Definitely a little bit of a breather. There's been some long games in on the day today, but yeah, this is probably Jan's easiest match of the season potentially. He like was cruising through this game.
Yeah, now that I'm doing this with you, I'm understanding sometimes on those really long broadcasts with you and Muka, I'm understanding the fatigue now, because yeah, doing match after match, I'm impressed now that I'm feeling how much effort this takes. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's fun. It's fun, but it's a good challenge.
It is fun, yeah. Especially some of those Nehemiah mirrors. They get you. But
that was what it was. That was it. It was the earthen mirrors, like 7 hours into the day, and it's like, all right, hour plus on a single game. That's exactly what it was.
Yep.
Oh man.
Exactly. Well, that was a quick and easy one. Jan's got to be feeling pretty good after that. Just like shaking his hand a little bit. That easy game, easy life. On to the next.
Get his mental back after that tough match, getting so close against the Earthen. Now he got his win with the burn Kathy, so that fear of like, oh no, is this deck gonna get stuck? He doesn't have to play the same deck for a 3rd time after losing twice. Gotta be a relief for him. And we did see Dual Note starting to look a little bit more discouraged. That last match was just brutal for him. He really had no good plays available from turn 1 to turn 5. So he really needs to reset mentally. This next game, he's on the ropes now. Jan up 2-1. Dual Note, every single turn counts. He cannot afford a bad opening. He needs this to start good. We'll see if he can pull it off.
Both Neve and Scipius going against the Scipius, so that'll be a mirror. But I mean, he can certainly come back and win this. I mean, we know that Neve has got like a decent shot because of Dominion against Scipius, and a mirror, and either person can win. So it's not over for Dual Note yet, but some of those draws in the Nehemiah games, I mean, he eventually clutched it out there, but that's got to be somewhat discouraging when you feel like the game's against you sometimes.
Yeah, just like the amount of early game draws he was getting on turn 4 through 6 was like, it just felt unfair. Even to me, I'm getting frustrated, and I'm not even the one playing. We do get to see a Skippy mirror, so it looks like the aggro mirror chill fest continues. Life is good, and we'll see probably another blitz round here. I'm guessing both players are going to be playing pretty quickly. I want to see someone play Convergent Mass just because it's fun. This game, I want to see a mass come down.
Starting out with a Replicator. Rest of the hand looking pretty decent.
Yeah, Jan getting a nice opening. Dual Note getting a good opening as well. Insta banking insta-banking the subjugate, rather, excuse me, playing his striker. Both players have relics. Both players have sabos. But the sabo, I find, is much better for the player going first because the player going second plays the relic on 2, and then DualNote can immediately respond with Saboteur. Whereas if DualNote plays the relic on 2, Jan can't play Saboteur yet since he only has 2 energy. So like DualNote's Saboteur timing is a little bit better. But yeah, it looks like both players are going to be pretty much playing a similar opening. Wait, am I... Okay, he does the second bank. You know, players do that thing where they bank again to make sure they didn't forget. And I'm like, wait, why is he banking that? But yeah, I think Jan plays the relic here most likely. Okay, no, Jan going for a Skippy and holding back the relic. Okay, he's saving it, and he's going to burst that relic out for more stats. Interesting. So he's playing around what I just described, which is if he plays relic on 2, DualNote can Sabo on 3.
I mean, I could be wrong here, but I would think that the player, like in this mirror, you're going to have a huge advantage if you're the first person going wide. Like I like going wide first and then developing the relic, because then you just have like more options, more things to work with. So I definitely like this play, and then it of course takes into the account of a turn 3 Saboteur.
Yeah, I just wanted
But
the
it
stats
does,
to be bigger sooner. You're thinking ramp, I'm thinking stats again. It's just
I'm thinking go wide, then give them stats. But of course, yeah, if you get it developed first, then like they come into play, much stronger and healthier. So I'm not really sure which one is correct in this mirror, but that's
No,
the
I
logic.
think you're right for sure here. And Jan with 2 no snitchings. No snitching really nice against Skippy since so many cards are building up that snowball effect, the standard bearer, the subjugate in particular. Jan is immediately making fun of me and banking the card I was excited about, but he still got a second no snitching. So he banks one of them, trades into that subjugate, and actually Jan floating an energy and passing a board where DualNote still has a 1-2 on an otherwise open board. This is a big opportunity for DualNote here. Tough bank, though, because the standard bearer plus the cunning Scipion looks so good. But does he bank Magna? He's actually banking Magna. Okay, yeah, I think that's correct. He needs to keep keep the Sabo.
This is, like I said, this is the opportunity to get ahead where you go wide with the double 2. This is working out perfectly. Like, I think this is actually going to be pretty tough for Jan. I mean, there is a Cyrene in the hand that could do some work, and then he's going to retaliate and do the exact same play. But the fact that DualNote is going to have like the advantage if he developed first, I think that should theoretically put him in a pretty darn good position. And he even has the no snitching to kind of, which one you hit the standard bearer for sure.
For sure. Especially because DualNote could play a Triumph. He's going to be on 5, so you do not want that standard bearer to be active. Cyrene is going to be a massive swing. That's going to really help Jan. Now DualNote's got a really interesting decision. He could bank Sabo for another standard bearer cunning Scipion. Otherwise, he does a 3+2, which is more likely. I'm guessing he wants a 3+2 because he wants to remove Jan's relic. So the question is does he bank the cunning Scipion or the standard bearer? But Jan's got a backup relic in his hand already, so pretty interesting. Jan could do a 3+2 with Sabo or a Cyrene next turn. Super even game so far, although I do feel like Cyrene is going to give Jan an edge in the next turn or two.
Which one do you play? Which one would you like prioritizing here? I mean, like, oof. That's tricky.
Think so. If you play standard bearer, you need to kill their cunning Scipion so they don't have like a super free value trade. But even then, they've got the 3/3 token as well. So bearer might be just too easy to kill. DualNote disagrees, playing it down. Oh, it's a 2/4 because of the relic. I was neglecting the extra buff. Gonna go ahead and bank that cunning Scipion and Saboteur the relic. I mean, DualNote's got great tempo. If Jan didn't have Cyrene, I would be really feeling good about DualNote. But Cyrene does give Jan some good counterplay. But to be fair, if Jan plays Cyrene, he doesn't have enough energy to play Saboteur. So
yeah,
we'll have to see what he draws as well. Is this going to be a difficult bank or not? I mean, DualNote's quite far ahead on the board. Cyrene actually might not be enough.
I don't think. Oh, and a backup Triumph too. Yeah, I mean, I just don't. Cyrene is amazing. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think it is enough. She's enough here to answer this. threatening board.
Feels like she
that we
shouldn't be
got.
enough to answer this, right? Like it's
Yeah,
doing
if
it
she
so much.
that's a good point. If she was able to swing this entire like board state back, I'd be a little concerned. Yeah.
Yeah, so Dual Note, that triumph really, it's about time. Dual Note drawing so badly in the mid game with his Earthen deck. He deserves this triumph top deck, I think. And then a Tabula right next to it. He hasn't banked any Drusians yet, so that's not available. But his only question here is like, what is he going to play from Triumph? Probably thinking through some of his options. Going to have to react to whatever comes off the top of the deck, of course, for the top 2 discard. But yeah, let's see here. Let's see.
Honestly, I don't think you need that much at this point. Like, yeah, that's plenty.
Just
You've already
standard
got
bearer, wide as possible, biggest stats.
Yeah.
And he's going to go Cunning Skippy in there for the extra value. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, Jan's like, all right, I don't even feel like dealing with this.
Woohoo! All right, game 5. Now, Dual Note on the knee, potentially taking down the Scipius. Could be
That's going to
anyone's
be
game.
fun to watch. I'm excited to
Mhm.
see Neve versus Skippy from 2 top-level players. Like, that's an interesting one because, you know, Skippy's the aggro deck. Aggro tends to do good against Shroud in general, but Neve has, like we discussed earlier in the broadcast, that Singularity Steward Dominion, which happens to be really tough for Skippy to play around with certain draws. And so I'm hoping we see one of these matches where it's kind of like back and forth. Skippy going wide, Neve answering back and forth, fighting for position. Hopefully there isn't like an immediate giant steward or an immediate like unanswerable Skippy board. I'm hoping for a good back and forth. Assuming that's the matchup. Is that guaranteed to be the matchup?
That is guaranteed, yes.
So we're game 5? Okay, so yeah, this will be a fun game 5. Yeah, 2-2, deciding who gets into the finals. This should be interesting. Depends on the draw, so we're hoping RNG gives them a nice even battle.
Just looking at the list again, it's interesting that BlizzconJan has put a Convergent Aegis. Like, I think that was one of the 2 drops that was buffed in the patch, and I wasn't super impressed with it. So interesting to opt for that. Like maybe I give shielded to stuff, which could potentially be good against Shroud spells. So we'll see.
Yeah, this matchup in particular, I think that Aegis is actually kind of nice. Like you just said, it gives shielded. I've always felt that Armored Support Vehicle was the best shield tech for Shroud. Like in Earthen, it's been really nice, but even in general, 1/4 Defender plus a charge effect. There's just a lot going on there for 2. Honestly, feels like it's seen play, but it feels like it's been a bit underrated throughout Aftermath. And the thing is with Skippy, maybe Aegis, because you have so many clone synergies, I could see it. Definitely could be useful in this matchup if he draws it, but with only 1 copy, we'll have to see if he does. But yeah, that's one. It honestly, it feels like Aegis is like a single notch too weak to generally see play. It's like if it just had one more tiny bit of power in any way, you might see it a lot more. So we'll see if it makes an impact in this match.
In before it like wins in the game, you know, like the shield.
Yeah. Most
We're
important
doubting
card
it
of the
with
whole
1
game.
of copy. Exactly.
Well, we kind of saw that with Terraformation Engine making an impact, so
that's
maybe it will be with
true.
Aegis.
That is true. Also, another good strategy for the Scipius against the Neve here is like a Domina play. Like anytime you're bursting damage from the hand, potentially that could be good. Okay, all right. Let's see. Game 5 between DualNote and BlizzconJan. The winner of this match will take down Hogvax in the finals.
Take on Hogvax.
Yes.
You said take down.
Oh, did I say take down? Dude, I keep saying take down.
No faith in Hogvax.
Hogvax, I'm not against you, man. I promise. I'm just tired. Take on Hogvax.
Not going to pay the hog tax, just assuming he goes down.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so DualNote does have a Dominion early, but no Singularity Steward. BlizzconJan with 2 relics in hand, plus that Triumph. He's highly likely to have to bank Triumph next turn, depending on what he draws. Overall, it's an interesting opening. This is what I was hoping for. No one is going to just snowball it down. They're both going to have to fight for it. Snitching gets the instant bank. Genetic Replicator coming down. Very simple Skippy opening. Pretty strong. Jan just super hanging on the draws. That's a good draw, though. DualNote draws Stabilized Shard. What do you think, Allie?
I think that's incredible. I mean, I think this is an amazing hand for DualNote here. He's got the Dominion if things get crazy. He's got the Malia as backup once the Dominion gets triggered. Something like an Erasure for an Asian Subjugate. Found the ramp on turn 2. Like, I do understand that there might be an argument to put the Void Trapper down here instead, but like, man, I think if the fact that it's a value trade into the Void Trapper, I would love to see the Shard come down personally. Which he is opting
Especially
for.
considering the Dominion in hand, right? That shard is exactly what you need to make sure you can take down a potential subjugate next turn. Granted, subjugate would be a 4/4, so even then it still wouldn't be enough. Actually, it's a scary spot for DualNote with these relics making Jan's units so tall because it makes it harder to get the Dominion value. But DualNote
Yeah.
at 23. Honestly, Jan's putting a lot of pressure here. You still feel good about DualNote's position now? What do you think about this now?
I mean, it doesn't feel great to erasure a Valorusi striker, don't get me wrong, but I mean, I think that next turn he's going to have a huge power play. He's going to be have access to 5 energy, so he could go for Adira or Wong. So yeah, I think there's plenty of time for DualNote to handle what's going on right now. I think he's chilling, big chilling.
Gonna bank that Wong, or no? Is he double? He's still thinking about what to bank. Okay, yeah, Wong going in the bank. Yeah, it's the thing about this position is that DualNote doesn't want to take a lot of damage from Dominions because he's starting to take some damage. He doesn't want to get too low because, like you mentioned, Domina can do a lot of burst. There's also the Drusian tech where you buff a board and get a bunch more damage kind of out of nowhere. So DualNote really needs to manage his health, but also needs to play some good aggression and get his board back. Adira, the thing is, like, what are you really looking for with Adira against Kathy? You know?
Yeah. I gotta be honest, I was a little surprised to see that Wong be banked. I guess maybe he wanted to hold on to no snitching because he had just given up
Well,
his
look,
erasure. So
look at his
maybe,
hand
but
though. He's
yeah.
got 7 cards to be fair, so Wong would have a tough time finding room for the cards he
Yeah,
wants to draw.
that's true. That is a good point.
I'm seeing that Dominion, and I'm seeing the amount of mana DualNote has, and it's like, okay, he probably just needs to reset this board and hope that Jan has an awkward hand from there.
Yeah, this is perfect. The Tioli kind of saved him there.
And it sets up for Malia with all this nice, 8 damage loading up on the Malia now. So, especially because we can see Jan's hand, like, if he doesn't draw into more draw, if he doesn't find a recruiter, or maybe, I would say Triumph, but his waist is empty. Honestly, Jan's getting backed into a corner, except he draws recruiter, and that's exactly what he needs. So maybe now he's going to be feeling better. Still, it's a slow turn for Jan, and he has to spend a lot of time rebuilding his hand. So, DualNote has a lot of agency here, a lot of decisions to make, a lot of options, and Jan is kind of on a narrow path. He gets to hopefully get some choices off of this recruiter, but not a lot of choice. He probably has to bank Aegis, and there's just not too much else he can do. He's kind of forced into this one path, whereas DualNote has a lot of options.
We're unfortunately not going to get to see the Aegis at work here. Definitely prioritizing.
Yeah,
the
too
draw
bad.
much
So much for the MVP not happening.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, look, with both of these replicators on the board, like you're right, this is only a couple units like represents a lot of pressure, and DualNote's at 13, so yeah, this is not an easy win necessarily.
Jan got a nice draw for that recruiter, another recruiter and the Magna, so that's really nice. He can't complain there. DualNote, this is the turn that really he has to think super hard. Does he want to try to set up Amalia? Does he want to go for this Adira? Does he want to go for a Dominion? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think is it possible to throw the siphon on the 6/6 and then just oh no, you would still have to bank to get the Dominion off. I was hoping that you could get the embedded agent out after just as kind of like extra protection, but I believe that you do have to bank to get to 4. But that is another full clear, and it does add to the Malia, which at this point it's probably like 2 for 14 damage or something like that. So I think
Yeah, that free siphon. Can we just talk about how making siphon cost 0 when the opponent has 2 more units? Like that whole change, one of the
Yeah.
best balancing changes the game has ever seen. Like, can we just like this turn is an example of just how tasteful that change was. Like this play right here just sums it up. I love I love how Life Siphon works. I know Viper wants it to do 3 damage, which to me sounds absolutely insane.
Ooh.
But yeah, I really that play was cool. DualNote down to 7 health, but he's able to have some tempo. And Jan, I mean, Magma gives him 1 damage. Oh, oh, look at Jan freaking
Oh my
out.
god. Oh
Is
my
that
god.
lethal? That's lethal.
I
Wait,
think
wait.
that is, yeah.
That's lethal. Oh man.
Wow.
Oh. Oh.
Wow.
It just feels like the draws were on Jan's side just a little bit, like, throughout this matchup, honestly.
I mean, the double replicator, like, at first I was like, maybe there isn't gonna be enough. Like, the replicators are great, but you really have to find the units to combo with it. It's just like you didn't need that many. They just represented a lot of damage and, forced DualNote to use those dominions, and did so much damage to his face. And I mean, it would have been an interesting game to see if he could have clutched it out without that dominant top deck there. But like, wow. Yeah, congratulations, Jan, for taking that.
I'm mad because that Domina cut off the game and it would have been more interesting if he hadn't drawn it. But aside from that, really sick match, really fun. And yeah, GG's Jan, but well played by DualNote. Good fighting in a lot of tough spots.
Yeah, good fighting for DualNote. Like he went back and forth right there, guys. Like going into a game 5 with this, like, it was very sweaty between these two players. And I was looking at the match, man. Like top decks. I was counting how many top decks BlizzconJan. He had 5 good top decks right there, man. It was really good.
Wow.
Like on the exact moment he needs it, he gets it. It's like, is that part of being a pro? Ali, you've been a pro. Is that part of it?
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah, just easy. Just
How do
top
you-
deck
how
like
do
you
you-
need every time.
how do you practice it, man? How do you practice, like, I'm gonna be getting this top deck. This is gonna
Well-
be like top deck practice.
You just have to channel it. Channel the universe and just ask. Sometimes, like, you don't know. You ask and you shall receive. You have to ask the RNG gods for your outs, right?
That's right. And like a top deck Domina with the recruiters already present, like even not getting it or rather BlizzconJan would actually get it on the next turn with the second convergent recruiter. So even though he doesn't top deck it, he can actually
that's a good point.
possibly get it. So it's like he's like setting him up for success during that match especially with the presence of the double high density genetic replicators. So it was really amazing to see these two guys. Yeah.
That match, I cannot stop myself. That match is why I'm right that Gamma Squad, the new reveal from Deception, is utterly worse than Convergent Recruiter. Like, Zero in the comments, absolutely convinced that I'm crazy. Zero, that proved I was right. Thank you very much. Like, Convergent Recruiter is not going anywhere. Awesome flavor on Gamma Squad, but Recruiter is still goated. XL, take it back over, my friend.
Man, yeah, of course, man. Like with that, okay, we're gonna be seeing Hogvax versus BlizzconJan over at the finals. And Hogvax was probably watching that and seeing, okay, so this is how this BlizzconJan has been playing, and he's gonna get some more info. As we are looking at the bracket right now with our bracket review, we've had Jarla against BlizzconJan, and it's gonna be a 3-0 with for BlizzconJan. Again, beating Jata L over the next round with a 3-2. And over at the match that was recently casted by Qflux and Ali, it was a 3-2 yet again. So these guys are really going at it and not making it a really easy match to go and get the 3-0. And finals is gonna be Hogvax versus BlizzconJan. And for those of you guys who have not, like, you don't know what's happening with those, why they are being sweaty, because top 5 in terms of leaderboard points get straight, like they get to fly straight to the worlds, guys. That's how important it is. Like, on top of the prize money, you get a secured spot, and also like you will be able to play much more easily without having that kind of pressure to like get some more points or get some more points over at the different tournaments. But yeah, they really have to be at their peak right now, right? So
High stakes.
High stakes.
So the winner of this minor gets a guaranteed spot in the major, and if you win the major, you get a guaranteed spot at the World Championship, and that is a 75K prize pool for the majors. Like, that's insane. So
yeah, dude, like imagine like 16 players right there that are going to to the worlds, you already have like one of those spots in. Even if you don't win the major, at least you have like a lot of points on the leaderboard. So like 2 ways for you to get in. So it's actually like it's really high stakes. So man, this is gonna be amazing. And you know what's gonna be amazing over at the after our break, we're gonna be having a big reveal of the newest deception card that we're gonna be seeing. And so guys, if you want to see that reveal, and if you want to support Hogvax and their opponent BlizzconJan, don't forget to like tune in and don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few for the finals of the Parallel League Minor 3. And we are back at the Parallel Prime League Minor 3. And we just said a while ago before we went into a short break that we're gonna be giving you a short, or rather a big card to reveal here at Deception. And we're not deceiving you guys, because this is gonna be big. And come on, let's show it to you guys right now. And we're gonna be talking about that specific reveal in 3, 2, 1. I would love Ali to read the card description right now. This would be amazing.
All right, we've got the Brute, guys. It is a universal legendary unit. This gets -1/-1 stats for each universal card in your starting deck. And the flavor text here is stack the odds against me, but I still bring the pain. Wow. 11/11. I was wondering if that was a little hint there with my peace signs. That's what we were alluding to earlier. It's a massive, massive minion with the 11/11 stats. 4 cost. What do you guys think?
Dude, I'll start first if it's okay, Flux. Go.
No. Yes, it's
yeah.
No.
I'll start first. Wait.
Got him.
Yeah. So like I'm thinking if it's 11/11 and then you get universal cards. Like for example, I usually have like Wong. I usually have Harf. Some gunslingers. I can bring it down to 6/6, which is a good stat line for a 4-cost card. So I'm feeling that even though it gets the -1/-1, it can still it can still be a good card. But correct me if I'm wrong, guys. If I put a no snitching on this, does this get into 11/11? That's the question right now. How about you, Flux?
It won't. I don't think it will. But yeah, it's Cathari is all I have to say. I love the idea of opposite. Actually, maybe it would. Yeah, maybe no snitching would, because it would remove the text and it would stop getting -1/1. I think actually it would reset the stats with a no snitching. Now, actually,
it says
but anyway,
your starting deck though, so.
Yeah, we'll have to ask Veen. All that said, I love the idea of the opposite of Unidex. So we have Unidex as a thing, which will get expanded, I'm sure, over time. And now we have this idea of like a pure deck that runs no universals. And by the way, this is a universal card, so it's actually a 10/10 from itself. So it's really a 10/10 after itself, right? So every other card is one more past that. But yeah, I love the idea of the opposite of a uni deck, like a purity deck. And I think Cathari, because it tends to run not that many universal cards anyway, and we have Meritus, which can take advantage of this stat line. I think that this is going to be very fun in Acio in particular.
Hang on, what about from Neve cast, those Eclipsed Fates or whatever? I think this would come into play as an 11/11, right?
Wait, it doesn't summon universals, Steve. It only summons like from other.
Oh my god, you are so right. Darn it, I got really excited. Okay, never mind. You are so right.
Or mana 11/11 really looks good. I mean, if I see it on a pure deck, that means there's a high possibility that we will see what Qflux has been playing for the past few weeks. Highlanders.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man. Oh man. Wait, they're already playing like with deck conditions, like universal decks. So now it's like less universal cards maybe down the line. So I'm just speculating here, guys.
Then Reno Jackson is next. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, let me tell you something. Highlander in parallel is really bad, like really incredibly bad. So they're gonna need to print something real strong to make that viable. And I am here for it, by the way. You know I'm gonna play it day one when they do. But yeah, that's gonna be. I was surprised at how much harder the Highlander challenge was than I expected.
Yeah, man. Like, Ali, any last thoughts about the brutes? What do you think?
I mean, yeah, there's a little part of me that does wish, just for the sake of it being 11-11, like, I wish it if it is counting itself and it comes in as a 10-10, I kinda wish I'm trying to figure out how to get an 11-11 on the board. The Neve is not an option. I'm like, where else can this get summoned, where it's gonna have those 11-11 stats?
Sanctuary, but that's a universal card, so never mind.
Oh,
Mm,
Although I don't know how that text would interact with, like, because Sanctuary, you discard a card from your hand, get a random universal unit. Uh,
right.
we have to ask Veen for all
We'll
the
have
yeah,
to ask, yeah.
clarifications and Muka. They gotta
yeah.
tell
Like,
us.
we have to clarify the card text. Like, does it work like 11-11 when it starts a deck, or when it gets discovered, does it become 11-11 still? Right. So like,
Right,
I don't,
yeah.
yeah.
Or would it, like,
So
remember the starting deck? A lot to consider, but one thing's for sure, it's gonna be
mhm.
a very fun card to play around with. Should be a lot of things to try.
Yeah, I love the card art too from Nacho Yagi. It's like the brute throwing like a big pillar. Like, yeah, let's go. Like
I
I remember.
feel Oh, go ahead.
Go,
Sorry.
go, Ali.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say, I feel like the brute needs to be in there's like a crew. It's the muscle,
Mm-hmm. The
the what
lead,
is it?
team
The
leader, team
team
leader.
lead,
So this
and
is
then
actually real.
Maybe.
This is real, Ellie. You're not just seeing this as like a, "Oh, wouldn't that be funny?" Veen has confirmed to me it is in universe. It is actually an Ocean's 11 heist team. The team lead, the
oh my
hacker,
Oh,
brute.
god,
It is legit. That is the actual lore. So that's really what they're doing. Just so you know,
love
it's a heist.
it.
all right, all
That's
right,
so exciting. Okay,
all
cool.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. With that, guys, we are just gonna be. We're gonna be closing that reveal again. Watch out for the deception reveals over at the Parallel TCG socials, and some of our content creators are gonna be revealing as well. I know for a fact that the Ali and Qflux are gonna be revealing or have revealed, or yeah, I think Qflux already revealed one, right?
Full set
Yeah.
reveal right now. No, just kidding. Let's kidding.
No, no, later. So sometime during our timelines, we're gonna be having some reveals of the cards of the deception. And guys, we are gonna have a recap of what these guys over at the Parallel Minor Tree are gonna be fighting for. Let's look at the breakdown of the prizes and the points as well. So for our finalists or top four at least, they already got the third and fourth. They're gonna be getting $1,250 plus 1 point for the Parallel Prime League leaderboard. And for the winner here, we're going to be having 3K USD and 6 points as well. And for the second position, we're going to be having 2K and 5 points. And correction, guys, it's not 1 point, it's 4 points for the third and fourth. So again, for these guys over at the second and top spot, they're going to be fighting for 1 extra point and 1 extra K in terms of USD. So again, we're gonna be having the top spot, or rather the finalist. It's gonna be Hogvax versus BlizzconJan, fighting for the top spot here at Parallel League Minor 3. And we have the bans out already. It's gonna be Hogvax's Markolian deck and BlizzconJan's Earthen deck. Now we have seen their decks a while ago. Ali and Qflux, what do you think about these bans? Let's start with Ali.
Yeah, so it looks like the Markolian that was banned was like more the unit heavy one from Hogvax. Makes sense. I mean, Neve would struggle against Marco, right? And I mean, the others too, the Scipius and actually, no, that does make sense. If BlizzconJan is playing the spell heavy Kathy, that would also be unfavored against the unit heavy Kathy as well. So I think it makes a ton of sense that Jan opted to ban that Kathy for sure. And then Nehemiah on Jan's side is what was banned. And so I think that makes sense as well from Hogvax here.
How about
Yeah,
you,
like
folks? What
if
do
you look
think
at
about
it, yeah, sorry. If you look at it, it's like the Kathy was going to be a bad matchup for Jan's Neve, and not great. Maybe in the Kathy mirror, the Kathy mirror would have been okay. Honestly, it's like kind of take your pick. It just feels like people are kind of just banning the deck they're most afraid of. It doesn't really feel like there is a super optimal choice. So you got four different decks. They all play differently. There isn't like one deck that hard counters everything else. It kind of feels more like almost a personality or a style choice as opposed to an optimization choice.
Right, I agree with you guys. Like, there's like by now there are 2 decks that can be banned, but It depends on how you're going to be playing it and what you're most afraid of. And with that, we're going to be having the first finals match here at the Parallel Prime League Minor 3. It's going to be Hogvax versus BlizzconJan with a Neve versus Scipius deck. Let's listen to our casters, Ali and Qflux. Take it away, guys.
All
So
right.
we got Jan versus Hogvax here, and it is the what is it? Neve versus Skippy. Is that what we're seeing? I lost
That is
all train of
correct.
thought.
Yep.
Okay,
Ooh, my
so
boy.
it's gonna be a repeat. Hopefully this time it doesn't come down to a top deck domino. I want to see a really good Skippy versus Neve.
Yeah, I do feel like we got a little cheated on that last one. Like I wanted to see it through a little bit with that Malia, like with it being pretty big, but all right, we'll see how this one pans out here. The fact that Jan, I think he had a collateral damage in the mull and decided to get rid of it, which I'm honestly a little surprised by. But maybe going first, he really just wants to like, put the pressure on.
Yeah, probably afraid of running low on cards, but that relic removal would be so good against Hogvax with the Skippy. I am going to say Hogvax looking stressed. I'll be honest. Man is, I think, feeling the pressure. Jan also looking really serious. Both these guys, we take it for granted how good they are, but they both really want this one. You can just see the seriousness on both
Mhm.
their faces. So Jan with the early life siphon, Hogvax waking up a little bit, reacting to that. The steward buffing to 2/4. And, at least Jan doesn't have a banish again for turn 3. We can see that, but Hogvax doesn't know that yet. But yeah, it's got to be super scary for Hogvax seeing this and knowing like if it's erasure on turn 3, that's just so bad. But I'm guessing Hog wants to do like a standard bearer here. Yeah, it's just luckily for him, Jan probably can't banish. Let's see if he draws it. Nope, draws the shard. What do you think about Jan's spot here?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Hogvax had to go for it. Like, if he had an extra life siphon or something, it would have been really unfortunate, but he has to set himself up here. So I think Jan getting the shard developed, being able to go into Wong, I mean, that is a strong, strong start, to say the least.
Interesting that Hogvax does not go for Saboteur, which he could have done. He could have denied that extra energy, but he's going to play the relic and just focus on unit tempo. And it is a pretty good board. I mean, he is able to catch up on the board a little bit, playing the beautiful Valorizzi Striker variant at 4/4, taking the double buff relic and standard bearer. He's got 2 decently sized units, so 1 erasure isn't enough. But man, Jan with the double coin Wong, that is a nice hand for Jan.
Yeah. No,
What Wong
I
does.
hear you on not going for the saboteur, but I think like as the Scipius, like you can't really play the answer game, in those first few turns. I think he wants to be aggressive if he can. And then he can maybe like, oh wow, he's even getting the void trapper on the board.
Oh man.
That's pretty good.
So it's worth mentioning Jan has Eclipsed Fate. He's going to be able to remove all 3 of the relics from Hogvax's deck.
Great point. Yeah. Oh gosh, that is such a satisfying play in this in this matchup. Getting all of those relics with the fate. And he
And you
found
can
the backup like Dominion too. So if he goes wide here, he's looking pretty good.
Yeah, you can kind of see how this wants to play out where Jan wants to Eclipsed Fate the relic, and then Hogvax might want to play Triumph after that, which could play right into Jan's Dominion. So Jan has a really nice, if you're only going to have 2 cards in your hand, this is exactly the 2 cards that you want. Still, I mean, Hogvax's Sabo can eventually answer that shard. Jan can't get to Neve quite as fast as he might be thinking, especially because he already used 2 coins. So there's a chance that the next few turns, Jan could stall out and Hogvax could potentially get really wide. But that Dominion definitely provides some good counterplay for Jan.
For sure. Let's see. He's got 2 energy left over. See if he banked. Maybe he banked a cunning Scipion, perhaps?
I believe he just did. If I might have glanced away for half a second, I think that's his cunning Scipion. He's going for
Oh,
the
okay.
Hearth off of the... Yeah, so this makes a lot of sense. He needs to slow down Jan's spell value. That's going to make Eclipse Fate cost 5 to remove those relics. And if he does that, He's not able to answer Hog's wider board. Wong can only value trade into one. Genetic correction also pretty nice. Hogvax is a nice hand. He's also got that convergent mass ready to buff the whole deck, which could be really helpful for a variety of reasons, setting up bigger Domina bursts, as well as just getting ahead of some life siphons and some value trades. It's going to be really interesting to see the next few turns as Jan gets closer to Neve. Right now, he is doing exactly what we expected, though. So that Eclipsed Fate hitting the Relic, removing the other 2 copies from the deck, and Hogvax needing to find a way to win before Jan gets that big Neve down.
Was that way too aggressive to go for the Dominion just bonk face? Doing 4, probably. I mean, he opted for the banish play. The sooner, like, you're always going to want to get that Eclipse Fate on the Relic, so probably the sooner, like, while you have the time to do it is better than going for the
Yeah, the
clear
only
there.
reason to really wait might be to try to bait out another Relic, like get Hog to spend energy on a Relic, and then you Eclipse Fate, so Hog has wasted some energy. But I think that's, like, way too much to try to plan for when you could just make a great play right now. Right? Like, why try to get an even better play when it's already so
Yeah.
good?
You're getting, like,
Hog
2
looking at his
tributes
Sabo
right
here. He's
there.
like, okay, do I want to get rid of the shard? Because Jan's getting closer to Neve. If I don't do this soon, am I ever going to do it? He's also got the Gosan in hand, which could be amazing against Neve. He does play the Sabo. Interesting.
Yeah, maybe he wants to get a little bit more in the waste before going for the Triumph, perhaps?
That would make a lot of sense because setting up Triumph against Neve is a big thing. Other Shrouds usually don't banish enough to make your Triumphs bad, but Neve sometimes with the Dominions can just deny you all of your units from going to the waste. And so definitely like setting up that Triumph's a good idea. Jan doesn't really have the tempo to play scheming against Skippy. I mean, he could probably do it, but like it's not your favorite matchup to be jamming scheming in. So this makes a lot of sense from Hogvax, slowing down Jan's win condition, leaving himself multiple win condition cards in his hand with the Triumph and the Convergent Mass, and having good tech with the genetic correction. Honestly, a very well-rounded, safe, kind of lots of options open for Hogvax. Really well played, I think. While Jan tries to trap him in a corner, Hogvax says, hell nah, I'm dancing around.
Wow. Uh, is that right? Like, do you take that instead of the Triumph? I mean, I guess he's got the Dominion in the hand, so he's potentially thinking, well, if he does go wide, then I can just answer the board. Um, but still,
Interesting
I'm a little
decision. Yeah,
surprised.
interesting decision to take the go. It was the Gosan, right?
No, he took the Convergent Mass over the Triumph of Europa.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, I looked away again. I'm sorry. It's production's talking about music. It's my weakness in the private chat. Looking at music talk.
Focus, focus.
Focus flux for real. No, for real. Yeah, like just leaving the Triumph. Of course, Hogvax drew a second one, but it's. I think maybe the reasoning is that he knows he has 2 Dominions in his hand, and so the double harf's get in the way of it now. But in theory, the Triumph isn't too much of a threat because he just clears the board and sets up his Malia for later. Still, double harf from Hogvax is very interesting here. He's actually playing this incredibly well. Like, look at this position he's gotten himself into.
See, do you ever like let the harfs live by developing? Okay, no, but I was wondering if like you put the singularity steward down and then you cast it, like you would leave the harfs, but you would have a giant unit, right? So I wonder if that
Right.
was a consideration.
That actually might have been an interesting play. I think he just wants those harps to go away instantly. Also, keeping in mind they are clones if they're copied with Tabula, so then like they can get buffed by the 5-drop. My mind is blanking.
Exerator. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Drusian Exorator. And so that might be a factor. Production is apologizing for distracting me. That's okay. It's my fault. I'll stop paying attention to you guys. Yeah, I mean, Jan
Ooh.
down to 8 points, and he is getting very close to Neve. But Hogvax has a full 30 health. He's also got Triumph to refill the board. He's got Recruiter for more draws. He's still got Skippy eventually. This is the match I wanted to see last time. This is the actual full play. Don't top deck the answer. So I'm excited to see the next few turns here.
Ooh, there's a
Let's-
dominant in the waist too. I will say though that the Triumph of the Lost like is gonna get a Triumph of Europa. Like I
Yeah.
don't know what tools Jan has to kind of like deal with the health here issue, but it's interesting. Let's see what he's got. There is no Gosan in this one. Man, I feel like Shroud needs some defenders. Like, you know, I know there's the Sacred Siphoner and stuff like that, but
Yeah.
it wouldn't hurt to have some defenders in Shroud.
It's definitely something that they barely have anything of. Hogvax is like doing mental math on his hands while his head like down on his desk. I love his expressions here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, it's just such an interesting spot with Jan down to 8, but getting so close to the Neve burst. Hogvax thinking about what to bank. And did he bank the Recruiter? Going wide with the Convergent Princept, banking Recruiter. Hogvax is low on cards in the deck. Not too low, but maybe he's trying to avoid fatigue down the line. He's got the Drusian Exorator, which he definitely wants to play next turn. The thing is, Triumph of the Lost doesn't answer the board, so Hogvax could win next turn with Drusian if Jan does this, I think. Am I crazy?
See what
Yeah.
happens here.
I think Hogvax might have lethal next turn off of this, unless Jan can do more board control than I'm expecting here.
Technically, he could bank and Dominion and then trade the remaining 1 health of the Valor or the strike or not the striker, the standard bearer with the 1 drop. Like granted, he's going to 1, you know, but it's
And then Hogvax wins with Magna.
yes.
Magna can do 1 damage to face with the muster. So if Jan does that and goes down to 1, but he's playing Malia is what's going on. Let's see what Malia does. Malia might
will
be
give
enough.
health as well.
That too, yeah.
Oh, come on, Malia.
Yeah, okay. I think that's enough. Yeah, so now Drusian would take Hog to 9 damage on the board. Nope. Yeah, now even more stuff going away. Okay. Jan also getting a huge Singularity Steward. All of a sudden, things are looking very different.
I'm calling it now. There's no world where like Hogvax takes this from this point. With the Malia on the board and a 12-9 Steward, that's it.
That went from like maybe Hogvax is about to win next turn to never mind, Jan wins in like 2 seconds. That was so crazy.
2 seconds, yeah.
That was crazy. And that's a big one because we saw both players showing a little bit of stress with their expressions. And so I think that's really big for Jan, considering that Hogvax was in reach of lethal and instead got it ripped away from him so hard. Like that's a painful one for Hogvax. He really needs to lock back in and just make sure he doesn't get flustered. To be fair, he played really well. So I can see some of the thinking and stuff, but he isn't fumbling. So hopefully he continues that. It's exciting start to the series.
For sure. Yeah, Jan just had all the tools. Like it was a really good Neve opener. Like just anytime you can go Steward and actually like get the life siphon off to make it a 2/4 before like a no snitching or something comes down, like I feel like that gives you a huge advantage. And then just had all of the tools to follow it up with Dominion. Also the Wong, you know, brought all of the more options to the hand. So yeah, well played by Hogvax, but just wasn't quite good enough to beat that. Also insane Malia. I mean, it was probably going to fully clear with the amount of damage that was in there, but it just sealed the deal, especially with the Singularity Steward on the board getting to be a 12-9.
If I'm not mistaken, the Triumph of Lost copying Triumph of Europa got Malia from the waist. Is that how that happened, or am I getting that wrong?
Yeah, actually,
If that's the case, then Jan did get bailed out by the Lost top deck because he drew that at the end of the previous turn. So that's interesting to think that maybe if he didn't draw that, Hogvax would have actually gotten the win there. But I could be getting the detail wrong because I'm not positive if Malia was in the waist. I was a lot on the screen at that point. Getting into the next match, Kathy versus Skippy. These have tended to be pretty relaxing for us, so we'll see if it's another blitz battle.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically here, because this is the more effect-heavy Kathy, like, sometimes you get yourself into a pickle. Like, you don't want to be throwing your burn on units, and I feel like the Scipia should be able to go wider faster, maybe? But it
true.
could go either way, but I wouldn't be shocked if Scipius is in a slightly better position here, but we'll see.
Hogvax going first really reinforces that better position because Jan, like you
True.
said, needs to use burn to defend, and removing 1-for-1 against Skippy is not going to be enough. On top of that, Hogvax going first, having the tempo, and Hogvax's hand looks good. He just needs to not draw super awkwardly. As long as he doesn't end up on turn 4 with some kind of terrible hand.
Yeah.
Another slow-mo attack there. I'm seeing what you saw earlier. This like epic
See what I mean? Yeah.
slow-mo. Yeah, there it is again.
Zoom, zoom,
Um,
zoom, zoom.
but
Yeah.
yeah, it looks like yeah. But no, it looks like Hogvax is in a really good position. He can bank the Drusian Exorator, and Jan has a nice hand mostly, but the problem is he doesn't have a good turn too. So this is leaning towards Hogvax. Let's see what Jan draw. Oh, it's
Wow.
old school, bringing me back to the Naeus meta where you used to do Standard Bearer into Tabula all the time. You don't see that very much in Skippy. Hogvax is full aggro right now.
Yeah, I respect it. I think he knows he's got to like fight for this early board as much as possible to win this.
So Jan
Okay.
taking out that standard bearer with a little help from the gunslinger, but he is forced to float 1 energy. And so next turn, he's got the Sabo. He's not going to need it yet since Hogvax has not drawn a relic. Most likely, Jan's going to slam that rallying cry. Hogvax is driving the bus. Hogvax is the one making the decisions. Jan pretty much has one viable play for per turn right now. Rallying on 3, maybe Kathy on 4, unless he wants to go for a fleet support. Jan really just trying to stall till Cyrene, and Hogvax praying for some good draws. That's how I'd characterize this situation.
Yep. I mean, I think Jan, the fact that he can go into the rallying cry feels pretty good. But yeah, this is where it could all fall apart for Hogvax if he doesn't find like the draw, or something. The recruiter, he could definitely run out of steam here, which would be pretty scary. So we'll see.
I
But two,
believe Hog's gonna draw something good. There it is, a 4
okay,
drop. It's something
yeah, it's definitely something. These
reasonable.
fleet supports need to get out of the hand. They're just like too slow against the Scipius to develop them. Oh, that's not bad. At least you get more draw.
Jan already has a good amount of cards, so this machinist, it's okay. It's not doing too much for him.
Yeah.
Bannerman's okay. It's just like, yeah, I guess that's okay, but it's the only thing is Hogvax just doesn't have any options. Like Gosan on 4 is okay. I think he might actually bank Gosan and just no. Okay, I'm crazy. He's banking the standard bearer. It's just okay. It's a 3/5 for 4. The effect I don't think does anything. Yeah, Hogvax is just full top decking, which is really stressful in the finals of the minor, fighting for an extra $1,000 between second and first place, trying to get that 3K and that guaranteed spot in the major. Um, it just
Look,
feels so bad to be top decking, and he's back. He's drawing the 1 drops. It's just like dual note.
here's the thing though. That artillery volley in the hand, like he just needs to make it to like, I don't know, turn 6. He could combo it
Yeah.
with a saboteur or something. Like I think that might be the winner here. Also, something interesting that I just realized is that Scipius, like Gosan's a muster, right? So in a pinch, you could cast the Scipius to get the Gosan effect.
Yeah, it's the volley. Dude, Hogvax just needs to draw Triumph. So that way, like, Jan does a 3+3 volley and then he triumphs back. Problem is, Hogvax drew back-to-back 1 drops for his turn 5. Like, don't
Insane.
do this to him. Give him a triumph. Give him a triumph. Parallel. Give this man a triumph. Turn on the dev mode and change the draw. I'm just kidding. There it is. There it is. Conspiracies. Get ready. Oh man.
Lux, that was
They did
all
it.
you. If Hogvax takes this series, you are gonna have to clip that and send it to him and be like, "Look, okay, I summoned this for you."
50% for me. I get half the prize.
There you go. Um, Wow. Okay. Well, now it's a game because without that triumph, I really think that BlizzCon was just in the Jan was in
Yeah.
this better position here. But that being said, he's still in a pretty darn good position. Like I do think that the triumph could do some work, but that artillery volley, he's got a siren in the hand. There's a lot that could happen.
Yeah, Jan just has all the options, but this triumph could change everything. Kathy down to 1, mass in or not mass, Domina in hand. We really just got to sit back and see what Hogvax does here. We know he needs to triumph. He needs to kill the Harf, and then he needs that Kathy to die. He did play. Did he play a gunslinger yet? If there's no gunslinger in the waist, he's going to show us here. How nice of him. There is no gunslinger. So he
Yeah.
actually needs to trade into Kathy, probably, right? This is so
Wait, am I
awkward.
losing my mind? It looked like Gosan did attack into the Kathy, but maybe
He
maybe it
traded
didn't.
the token into the Kathy, is what I just
Oh, the
saw.
token. Okay, got it. I was like,
Sacrificed it.
what happened there?
Yeah.
Um,
Goes on attack and just nothing happens. That would be
he's
awkward.
invincible. He's so good.
Invincible. There's a buff. So Triumph is played. Standard Bearer coming down first. Honestly, like we already know what's going to happen, which is that Jan just clicks on artillery volley and wipes the board. It's just so sad that Hogvax doesn't have a gunslinger here.
Yeah.
Like that's just it. Artillery volley, pretty much GG. Like Hogvax with just no options. The draws were just not there for him. Turns like 3 through 5. The Triumph not enough.
Yeah, I think even another top deck triumph here after like the volley is only going to be 2 cost, right? He can't clear the Harf, so he's gonna have like another 4 to get something developed. Like even another triumph, I
not
don't think
good.
would bring Hogvax back into this.
Yeah, that's a tough one. So most likely, we'll see in a minute here, but most likely it's going to be a 2-0, Jan up 2-0, and Hogvax is going to need to make an epic comeback. Although Hogvax is making some excited expressions off of drawing the recruiter, so maybe he's not as pessimistic as us. So we got to see what he cooks here.
I think as soon as he sees this artillery volley come down, he's going to understand the bleak
Yeah,
situation.
that's the
He's
problem.
like,
He doesn't. That's why he's excited. He doesn't see that yet. He doesn't know
oh,
it's
he's
there. Oh
praying.
no.
He's praying.
Hogvax, I love you, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro.
No.
No. Top 10 anime betrayals, not like this. No.
Ah,
I'm
feels
crying.
bad,
You're about to see a grown
man.
man cry on air. I can't handle it.
Yeah. No, look, it's the comeback story, okay? The reverse sweep is always a super exciting final, okay? It's very possible. Don't give up yet, Hogvax. And you summoned the triumph for him too. That was some magic right there.
I tried to save him, but the volley was just too strong. Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree with you though. Comeback arc is strong. And let's see what he does next turn. Maybe he's got some crazy idea that I can't imagine. Because Jan is not exactly pushing lethal quite yet. He's close, but let's give Hog a second here. Recruiter comes down. See what he wants to take out of that. Just a subjugate. The game is just not giving him anything. It's just not. He can't get a double draw off of Recruiter. He can't get a gunslinger to clear the Kathy from the triumph. It's just not giving it to him.
Let's
All
see
right,
where
the
these
comeback arc.
Gosan. Yeah, the Gosan pings might do something, but probably not enough. Okay. No, definitely not enough. Feels bad. Yeah.
Skippy not doing the best this tournament. I think this tournament is kind of showing how like the Skippy haters. It just doesn't seem like it's quite as strong as you'd think from some of the angst that you hear about it.
Yeah. I will say though, like I do think this could go either way. Like I think it was really unfortunate that Hogvax like bricked a couple turns there with the 1-drops. Because again, like a lot of the stuff in this Marco deck is spells, right, or effects, right? So it can not always like get on the board. But I mean, I think also Jan had like a really strong hand. Like he just sort of like found it all too.
Yeah, Hog's draw
So
was so bad. Like no recruiters, no
yeah,
triumph until the last second. He just didn't
yeah.
get any of his draw. And it is the finals, so he hasn't conceded quite yet, but I'm guessing after this next draw we might see a concede from Hogvex. What's What's Jan's last deck after this? Assuming, yeah, there's the concede.
Let's see. So he's
Think-
got.
Did Earthen get banned?
Earthen did get banned, so it looks like it's the Scipius then, right? Well,
No.
let me
Actually,
check.
didn't Hogvax's Earthen got banned? So does Jan still have Earthen left, or am I getting it wrong?
No, Hogvax's unit Kathy got banned, so it is
Right,
Scipius
gotcha.
like left
Okay.
for Jan. So that means that Jan's Scipius is either going to take down. Wow, I mean it's 2-0. So the Neve, the Nehemiah, or the Scipius. Look, it's on the heels of you discussing that Scipius isn't necessarily showing the best this tournament. You know, I'm wary if he's going to be able to reverse sweep and win all of these 3 games against Jan here. But look, it's definitely possible. Scipius has done some wild things before.
I think Hogvax picks Earthen first. You know, just big defenders, block Skippy, get some momentum back, get a win. Then go Skippy Mirror, trust RNG to give you the first, play first and give you a draw. And then end it with the Neve versus Skippy mega match. I think that's Hog's path to the comeback. But we'll see if he's probably thinking the exact opposite based on my track record of predicting matchups. So we'll see. But that's my projection.
I think that I know this is BlizzconJan's first final, and I don't know if Hogvax, at least this season, I think it's his first final. He may have made a final of season 1, I'm not sure, but this is unfamiliar territory, though, to be in the final here for both of these players, and yeah, it's very exciting. But they've both placed well in past tournaments, though. I know Jan's probably made multiple top 4s at this point, so he's on the line here of being a champion of one of these tournaments.
All right, Jan with an okay opening here. Got the Princept and the Relic right away. Sending back everything else. Hogvax with the full send, apparently, although he's still thinking about it. Brand's expertise back and forth. Don't wait too long. Don't.
Yeah, don't rope out your mulligan.
No, can't afford that right now. And the Steward in the opening hand is very nice. Now he just needs a Life Siphon. And I was exactly wrong, by the way. I said Neve last, and it's Neve first. So proving that I'm able to be wrong. Hogvax going second is unfortunate. Jan with 2 relics in hand. I believe Hogvax sent back Eclipsed Fate in that mulligan, so you have to try to find it again. But he does have turn 1 Steward.
This is looking somewhat familiar because I don't know if it was the previous match, but we saw a Scipius Neve mirror where there was the double relic developed and the Scipius took it. So might have been in the previous series.
Yeah, we'll see if it's the same way again. I mean, I just don't think it's going to go that way. I feel like Hogvax is about to win at least one here. I can't imagine the 3-0. It just doesn't feel right.
It doesn't feel right. You believe.
So he's holding back the Steward. He's not playing it right away.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it walks. Well, I guess it wouldn't have died immediately to a relic, right? Because of the defender in the way, but
he doesn't have a follow-up banish. So I guess he's figuring he doesn't want to take the risk of playing it and having it not do anything.
Exactly.
And then there's the Aegis. Here's our chance.
It is. And now remind me again, how does it give the unit shielded? Is it just the next one?
It's like when you play a clone, you may charge 1 to give it shielded. I believe that's what it says.
Okay.
Hogvax going absolutely crazy here after drawing Embedded Agent. Very interesting. I'm not sure what he's thinking. And he goes ahead and banks it and plays Brand's Expertise. Interesting. He finds the Siphon. Is that what he was looking for? He can get rid of at least the Princept there. I mean, he's got good cards in hand, like Malia, Erasure, no snitching. He's got stuff.
Do you think that he goes for the snitching on the Aegis, or?
That's a good question. I mean, as Shroud, it's tempting, but he chooses not to, and he picks up a Dominion alongside his Steward, so potential combo option there. It's
Yeah, that
nice to
had
see Hogvax with a full hand of cards getting to actually decide some plays.
yeah. Imagine that. Yeah, I think the expertise decision probably was to fish for that Dominion, right? And he found it. So good on him.
Yeah, that makes sense. He just didn't have enough removals and he needed them. Now he's looking calm and collected. He's got a bunch of options in his hand to deal with this. Gonna no snitch the subjugate. Good thing he saved it.
Mm-hmm.
And oh, Aegis has shielded already. He couldn't have no snitched it. That makes sense. It is
Oh,
it's shielded. I didn't even realize that.
oh,
Um and
that's
so
wait, really? That's a lot better
yeah,
than yeah. Hmm.
I think so. And so Hogvax actually had to use no snitching to take shield off of the subjugate, and then he was able to erasure it. So that's what happened there. Now Jan playing the recruiter and finding another recruiter and having the option of a Magna or a Valoruzi. These are the recruiter draws that Hogvax was just not seeing. And it's definitely really, really good for Jan there. But Hogvax has a full a hand of cards to play around with. So I'm praying for Hogvax. It just feels like the RNG is completely on Jan's side right now, really giving him
Yeah,
a lot of nice draws.
agreed. See, Gosan coming down with good stats, gonna be do a little bit of damage, but
Not quite able to
not
kill
enough.
anything, but setting up for Dominion, though. Setting up for Dominion. A
Look,
second
setting up for
Dominion.
Dominion and also, the follow-up Malia, right? And, like, even has, like,
Mhm.
a cheap 1 drop to be able to target for the Corrupted to get the draw and the health if need be. So I wouldn't say that Hogvax is out of this yet, but judging by Jan's hand, I mean, this is definitely looking very strong.
It's a good, though. No, actually, though, you're 100% right. Hogvax Dominions damages himself, sets up Malia, and then he has a big Steward plus Malia play, which can
Mhm.
also buff up his Steward while healing, giving him draw. Then he can even follow that up with a Dira. There's a lot of good stuff there. Even though on the board, Jan is in a really strong position, there is a lot of good stuff there.
Let's
Hogvax
see.
fighting for his tournament life right now in the finals.
Ooh, does that get the subjugate just out of range? Probably not, because there's a Tioli. Like next turn, Hogvax has 5 energy, but can ramp to 6 to be
He's
able
got
to
just
cast
enough with the
for
Tioli,
5.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, not if he buffs it to 6/6 off the tabula.
Ooh,
Mm, he's definitely
that's
doing it.
pretty significant.
That's
Hmm.
very significant. Hogvax just, like, needs to draw a second coin, needs to draw a second Tioli.
Second Tioli
Oh,
off the top.
no
Nope, not quite.
snitching is not it.
That was a bit of a bait
Jan's
with
got
the
the
0 cost,
headphones on.
though.
Oh, sorry, what'd you say?
I said that was a bit of a bait with the 0 cost off the top of to
Yeah,
ask
yeah,
him
yeah,
for
yeah,
the
yeah.
Tioli.
I thought it was Tioli as well. I'm like, he did it. Never mind. He's got a
Uh,
Dominion anyway. He's gotta. He's
yeah.
gotta.
This is
Jan's left
still
with a
quite good,
6/1.
though. I mean, yes, the subjugate lives, but that steward is gonna get pretty big. He's got a backup Dominion as well. He's even able to oh, hang on a second. Does the subjugate have, shielded?
Good question because of Aegis. I am not sure. I'm not seeing the logo on the bottom of the screen,
Never
the card,
mind.
so I don't think so.
Yep. Okay. I'd be a
That's
lot more stressed if that didn't get snitched.
yeah, for sure, for sure. Hogback's down to 14.
Oof.
Jan with 6 damage. Of course, he draws a triumph. Um, and he's gonna play it right away. It's just like
Is
the
this gonna be a
universe.
3-0?
Yeah, the universe just on Jan's side here. Hogvax fighting so hard, and it's just like every turn is miserable for him.
Yeah, it's gonna
I
be
don't
rough.
know. The question is, does Jan trade in? If Jan goes face, then you know that it's like bad. But he obviously has to trade in because what if a second Dominion, right? So he's gonna trade in.
What
And
miracle could Malia like, Malia into another triumph or something, and then I don't even know if that's enough. Probably not.
yeah, well, Malia's got about what 8 or 10 damage on it.
Something like that. Granted, he will be able to attack with this massive steward, so, and
Let's see.
collateral, damage would take away some power off of the board here, plus the
Yeah,
Malia.
that's a big one. The damage, he can remove some stats. Steward
Oh,
does
just
get traded into, But if he collateral damages, it's a 5/5, 2/2, 0/1, and a 2/2. That is like 10 health on the board. Malia, of course, some of the damage is going to go face most likely, but it's there's nothing to there's no corrupted, so no heal, no draw. Hogvax doing a dance with his hand, just summoning the good RNG. It's not working. It's not working at all.
Was it ever a consideration to just bank the scheming and then coin out the Adira instead and just save the Malia, or is that like way too greedy? Because he like could have traded the Adira into like a 2/2 or something.
I think the problem is that Cathari just doesn't have good stuff for Adira to pull against that spot. Like it's just one of those spots where like, what are you even looking for, right?
Triumph. It would really just be like a Hail Mary for Triumph, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, Hogvax is on the ropes. Jan up 2-0 with just the advantage on pretty much every dimension of this match. The only thing is that Hogvax still has Neve to play. He has a coin in his hand.
That's
He's
true.
gonna have 7 energy. He's 2 turns off of Neve. If he can just make it to Neve, maybe he's gonna have to kill that Harf. But then, yeah, maybe there's something with the Neve. I'm trying to stay hopeful. It's hard to do.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the outs here. I mean, I think there was another. Like, did he bank the second Dominion? I think that's what happened, right?
Yeah.
But even if he got another, I mean, yeah, it would have been sick if he had the Malia like on the Steward with the heal and more card draw, but just wasn't gonna get there. Okay, all right. Here's an Adira. Let's see if maybe he can snipe a Triumph or some kind of miracle.
Miracle, please. He's laughing. I don't know what he sees here. Hogvax. He's in his insane phase of just like, it's done. Yep, he's accepting defeat. He only wins $2,000. Poor guy. Instead of $3,000, he's gonna have to wipe his tears with those $1,000 bills. Jan taking it down, first place, and he looks so happy. He doesn't even know what to do. Look at him. He doesn't even know what to do with himself. So cool to see the excitement.
That is really wholesome. You can tell how happy he
Adorable.
is. Oh my god, he's so cute. Yeah, that's congratulations. And honestly, and congrats to Hogvax too. Like that was a really I would have maybe liked to see a final that wasn't 3-0 like for a little bit more of drama, but Jan was playing like so quickly. He was so locked in, you know, so a big congrats to him. I know he's made a lot of like top finishes, but hasn't clutched out an entire win yet. So big congrats.
Yeah, big congrats to BlizzconJan for winning that. I like when he was like clapping, like.
Yeah, no, he was so happy.
Like dude,
he moves his camera back and forth. It's like that's when you know he doesn't know what to do. He's like, I don't know what to do. I won. Oh man.
Yeah, but like that's gonna be like still a good playing from Hogvax. He was like he had good outs, and like there was not a kind of a big turning point moment most of the time. It's like just like small moves from BlizzconJan and like inching towards a win, right? Like it's like, is it going to be Hogvax? Is it going to be BlizzconJan? Like I was kind of at the edge of my seat most of the times. Like I was waiting for that like turn play, but it never came for Hogvax, right? Like even though he got a call out from Qflux, man. Like oh, draw this. Like nope, it's not enough, man. Like dude, like any favorite play though from you guys, Qflux, from this match?
No, it was very depressing. It was just depressing watching Hogvax draw so badly game after game. I'm not going to paint it in a different way. I'm sad. I'm just holding it together until the broadcast ends. I'm depressed. Although I'm very happy for Jan. I'm just kidding, obviously. Congrats, Jan. But just seeing Hogvax's draws that whole series, 0 plays to call out. I was just sad the whole time.
Yeah, dude. Like, how about you, Ali?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking back. Like, I don't think we ever were really like questioning Hogvax's decisions. Like, I don't think he made it really mistakes. I mean, maybe, but for the most part, the game kind of betrayed him there, especially in that Scipius game where I think like only drawing 1 drops on 5 or whatever it might have been. So I don't know if I necessarily have a favorite play off the top of my head, except for hang on a second. There was the game with the Triumph of the Lost. That was cool. From the Triumph of Europa, getting the Malia. Like, that was a fun little sequence of events there. But no, I mean, again, congrats to Jan. Sorry, Hogvax. But you did an amazing job getting to the finals, getting the money, getting the points. Feels good, man.
Yeah, feels good, man, especially for BlizzconJan. And I'm thinking that his brother's also watching. Jobsad is probably thinking, oh, yeah, little brother, you did it. Yeah, finally got him win right there. And, still, the guys, DualNote and Hogvax will have another chance, maybe in the next tournaments. And, yeah, it's going to be our minor 3. And let's look at the brackets right now to see how the match or how the tournament played out for today. And here we go. Let's look at the journey of BlizzconJan as he went through the gauntlet. He defeated Darla, the previous world champion for the previous season, and went in and defeated Jatael as well, one of the more seasoned parallel competitive players. And of course, the previous match that was casted a while ago, it was a 3-2 against DualNote, back and forth as well, and a stunning, quick and precise surgical movement against Hogvax, getting a 3-0 and getting that championship minor 3, and also a lot of parallel league points and 3K USD. That's a lot of points for BlizzconJan. And
you know what's wild here, XL, is that there was only 2 games in the entire tournament of this top 16 that was 3-0, and they were both Jan. One was his first round against Jarla, and then in the finals against Hogvax. No one, and one DualNote against Lazy Guru. So those are the only 3 sweeps in the whole event. Just so many. Oh no, and Jetael and Sora. Okay, never mind. I'm wrong. I'll sit up here.
I was like, wait.
It's like I was also looking like, wait, there's another one. There's another one.
Change the screen, quick, edit it. Make me sound right, quick.
Man, but still, congratulations to BlizzconJan getting that parallel minor 3 win, and of course 6 points as well. Stand corrected, it's not 5 points, it's 6 points, and also a spot at the majors top 16. That means over at the next tournament they will get a spot already. So that's already like a lot of how do you say this, benefits from getting this tournament. Yeah, perks. Perks. Yeah. Lots of perks indeed. Yeah.
That's quite significant. Like, win a minor, top 16 to the major, and then if you win the major, you're in the world championship. Like, that's a pretty nice progression right there. So, and apparently Jan joins Yarla and Igoric. Those were the other 2 winners and for the major top 16. So
right, like these guys like already like let's keep note of that. Like when they get into the they won a minor, then they get into the majors, and then they get a spot already at the finals. Like that's gonna be like a good storyline for our players right there, and that's what you want to do, right? For the next cycle of pre-major tournaments, you want to get into that point. If you don't want, to grind it out too hard over at the points leaderboard, just get these wins. It's not that hard, right?
Get them.
Just kidding. It's easy. Anyway, so that's it, guys. That's an amazing tournament for the Parallel League Minor 3. And we've had a lot of support as well from our sponsors. We have Wolves DAO, OpenSea, Avalanche, and of course, the Echelon Prime Foundation for making this happen, guys. Don't forget, of course, they've always had our support, and don't forget to follow them at their socials. And for those of you who are in the chat, I mean, I've seen you guys. You are very, very supportive as well. I think we've seen Qflux having a chat as well with our players over at the Twitch channel. Thank you for joining us. And, guys, this is going to be an amazing tournament that's going to be coming for the next one. It's going to be the majors. So it's going to be really sweaty. It's going to be a lot of good players and that are going to be fighting for it because, man, you win a majors, you're going to go straight to the 16 players that are going to be flying in to the World Championship. So any last words before we end our stream right now? Let's start with Ali.
Had a great time. Like I said, I hadn't casted a parallel tournament in like over a month, so I'm very happy to be back. I'm looking forward to casting the majors in a couple weeks too. Flux, you were an incredible co-caster. I had a great time casting with you, so thanks for coming on. Also, let's give it up for Flux. This is his first time like fully casting a tournament, not just a special guest. So, and then Excelsior, amazing host as usual. Twitch chat, we love you. Congrats again to the players, all 4. You did an amazing job getting to the top 4 of this tournament. And yeah, I'll see you guys in a couple weeks.
Yeah, thank you, Ali. How about you, Flux? You know, as your first full-time casting, how was it, man?
It was so much fun. Extremely grateful to get to be a part of it. Thanks to the Parallel League team for including me. Thanks to the chat for giving us a good time and keeping company with us. Thanks to all the sponsors, Wolves DAO, Echelon, Parallel League, OpenSea, Avalanche. And thanks to Ali and Excel for making this possible along with me. Shout outs to Jan, GG's, well played Hogvax, well played DualNote, well played Viper. And shout outs to Paragon's DAO. My headphones are getting in the way, but best guild in Web3, crushing it. Check our YouTube. It's some of the best content you'll ever find in Web3. Shout outs to Paragon's epic guild. That's all I got to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, production, for not a good show.
Thank you for that, guys. Ali and QFlux. And with that, guys, this has been the Parallel League Minor 3. Don't forget, stay competitive, stay kind, stay prime. See you on the next one.
Wow. Zelly winning game 1. Is that lethal?
Is that lethal? Yarla is your first Parallel Prime champion, ladies and gentlemen.